Council members, if we could please take your seats. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Monday, June 27th, Cranston City Council meeting. At this time, I'd ask Madam Clerk to please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Present.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Present.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Present.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Present.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campo,
Present.
Councilman Riley, Council Vice President Ferry,
Present.
Council President Paplaskas.
Present. Thank you. At this time, I'd like you all to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you very much. Moving on to the meetings of the last meeting. I'll entertain a motion to dispense and approve the minutes of the last meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campo,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Moving on to public acknowledgements and accommodations. This time I'd like to welcome Councilwoman Nicole Renzulli up to the podium to handle the citations. Councilwoman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Paplaskas. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I have some special ladies in the audience from Cranston High School West who I've had the privilege of coaching, some of them since they were 10 years old, some of them through middle school. Now they're in high school. And this year they had the most successful season that Cranston West girls track has ever had, winning the Class A championship for the first time in school history. They also broke several school records. We came in third at the state championship, very close to both LaSalle and Classical. The Providence Journal called Cranston West Girls Track a new powerhouse. So I'm so proud of these young ladies who are excellent examples in the community. They volunteer at CLCF track and inspire lots of young little girls, including my daughters who are only 5 years old. And they want to be just like them. So many of them also went on to the national championship. I'm not going to talk for too long because I have several of these to hand out. And I'd ask Coach Frank Notoriani, he's the head coach, to come up and just help me do that so that we can move this process as quickly as possible. And there are several girls who could not be here tonight. It is the summer and people work, but I just want to acknowledge them anyway. So tonight we have Amelia Dorico. You're honored to give you this award, honoring your team's achievement of becoming the Class A girls track and field champion for the first time in Cranston High School West history. Amelia, just go right over here. Next, we have Aaliyah Gervais. She is also part of the team who won the Class A championship for the first time in Cranston West history. Gabby Gardner, who's not present. Maya Forenza. Danielle DeSocio. And if you are here and come up, if you can stay standing in the front, we'll take a picture of everyone together at the end. Lauren Scavito. Sophia Riccio. Talia Pettit, Hope Kelly, Rachel Hoban, Maddie Farah, Waimea Dodge, Chantel Celebakis, Leah Bucci, Katrin Stebner, Gabby Petrella, Bridget O'Donoghue, Antonia King, Praise Mason, Julia Sacoccio, and I'd like to now call up Kiana Pezza, who not only was part of the Class A Girls Track and Field Championship, but went on with the team to the New England Championship and also to the National Championship. Sam Rosenfield, Stalia Biasi, Juliana Bucci, was also an all-state in the discus as well. Makaya Parenti. Makaya not only was part of the Class A championship team, but she was also on the state championship 4x1 relay team who broke a 11-year record, 11-year-old state record. And she was all state in the 200 meters. She is also the valedictorian of her class and going to Harvard this fall. Lindsay Hoban, who was part of the Class A championship team. She was also on the state champion, state record breaking team of the 4x1 relay, and she earned all state in the high hurdles. Present with us tonight, but we'd like to honor Madison Alves, who was not only on the Class A track and field championship team, but on the state record-breaking 4x1 relay team. And she was named the Rhode Island overall Girls Athlete of the Year by the Providence Journal. She plays 5 sports: soccer, football, basketball, indoor track, and outdoor track. And last, but certainly not least, we have Miss Alani Sutherland, who was part of the girls Class A championship team, also the state champion in the 100 meters and the 200 meters. She was also part of the state record breaking team in the 4x1 relay, earning her the Rhode Island Girls Outdoor Track Athlete of the Year. She went on to run at the New England Championship and the National Championship. We just want to say we're so proud of you girls. Thank you for coming tonight. And this is a wonderful example of what can happen when you put some effort and some love behind girl sports.
Congratulations. Parents, you don't have to stay. I'm sure you have other things you want to do this evening. So you're more than welcome to leave, but you're also more than welcome to stay. But always give the option after an award. Thank you again and congratulations on behalf of the city. Okay, moving on to public hearings and public comment. At this time, I'd like to open the floor up for public hearings on docketed matters. First, we will do public hearings in chambers and then ask if anyone is on Zoom to please raise their hand now. We'll bring you in shortly. Is there anybody here in chambers that would like to come up to the podium and speak on a docketed matter this evening? Come on up. And name and address for the record, and just try and limit your comments to 4 minutes. Thank you. And you got to push the button for the green light will come on for the microphone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Linda Zavaslak, Z like zebra, AW, IS like Sam, LAK. Address is 181 Hopkins Hill Road in Coventry, Rhode Island. But I'll explain why I'm here in Cranston. I am here regarding the Ordinance Committee item 4-22-02 for motor vehicles and traffic, and specifically regarding crosswalks, at minimum crosswalks at the intersection of Intervale and Aqueduct Road, which is where my sister was struck and killed last year on March 25th, 2021. There are no crosswalks there. I am here on behalf of my niece, who now lives in my sister's home on Intervale Road. She has been devastated by the loss of her mom. She is 28 years old. She is now taking care of her dad, who has cancer, and so I am here on her behalf. This happened literally a few hundred feet from her home. And I feel that with proper crosswalks and stop markings, preferably those flashing crosswalk markings if possible. It's just a very dangerous section, particularly when you're coming up Aqueduct to approach Intervale. There's a little bit of a curve there, and people they just don't slow down. They pull right up to the edge of the road. They don't look. They do less than even a Rhode Island stop, where it's, you can't even get out 1000 and they're right through that intersection. My sister happened to already be in the road when this gentleman came through, and it's left a devastating mark on our family. I did bring some pictures. I don't know if you all have them, but I'd be happy to leave them with you of that intersection, showing how awful it is and the lack of markings there.
Yeah, we'll take the pictures and we can make them part of the record.
Okay. And I did write up a statement with it. I'll be happy to leave them both with you.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of the council, our sympathies are with you and your family and your niece. Thank you. Anyone else in chambers that'd like to come up and give public comment? Name and address for the record.
Yes, good evening, Robert Murray, attorney at law, 21 Garden City Drive in Cranston. Good evening, members of the city council. I just want to speak briefly to an item under your council member communications agenda regarding the virtual net metering contract between the city and Revity Energy LLC. I know the item is addressed to the solicitor's office, but I wanted to update the council and public since my letter to the council members of April 25, 2022. In January of 2020, just by way of background, the city pursued a virtual net metering arrangement through an RFP process coordinated through the Board of Contract and Purchase. Proposals were received from 8 respondents and opened at a public meeting. The city then engaged an independent consultant to review and comment on the bids. Revity Energy's proposal was selected, and on November 5, 2020, a net metering financing agreement was signed with the city. It had a planned initial operation date of on or before March 31, 2022, with an extremely attractive discount rate of 32.5%. By contrast, the school department signed a 25-year net metering agreement with a developer at a 16% discount, half of the city benefit. There has been some delays in the start of construction, but Cranston will still receive the full 25-year net metering credit discount value, the expected building permit fees, and real estate and tangible personal property taxes. Revity has been very diligent and has made significant financial and time commitments to the development and ultimate approval of the so-called Natick Avenue Solar Project. Some members of the council recall that in the past, some elected officials hoped to have Cranston benefit from energy savings by a solar facility hosted within the city limits. Revity was the only bid that offered that possibility. Revity's efforts to build this project have been set back for over 2 years by incurring significant delays in the city approval process by project opponents, which they're certainly entitled to, by court appeals from abutting property owners, and the delay in the approval by the Public Works Committee of standard utility pole locations requested by National Grid on Natick Avenue. All such delays are largely, if not entirely, outside Revity's control. But for those delays, the project would be built and operating at this time, with the city enjoying the financial benefits of the net metering discount. Revity chose to expeditiously complete the permitting process while incurring hundreds of thousands of dollars in costs with National Grid, DEM, and various project consultants at significant risk to advance the project in the timeliest manner. Revity received master plan approval from the Planning Commission on February 5th, 2019. An appeal by objectors to the planning board was rejected, and then appealed to the Providence County Superior Court. That appeal was recently sent back to the Planning Commission to allow for limited public comment on a site plan that was further refined to account for approximately 500 panels out of 15,000 solar panels that would be relocated based on a request of the Planning Commission to accommodate an abutter. The subsequent site plans that have been approved offered for much other public comment at later stages of the approval process. While that master plan appeal was pending, Revity applied for and obtained its DEM permit. On November 18, 2020, approval from the Development Plan Review Committee was obtained. On April 6, 2021, preliminary plan approval was obtained from the Planning Commission. Another appeal to the planning board by the neighbors was again unanimously rejected, and then appealed to Superior Court in November of 2021. That appeal is pending and has been assigned to a judge for decision. Revity continued to obtain final approval of the Natick Avenue project on January 14th of this year. Another appeal was filed with the planning board, and on May 11th, the planning board again rejected the last appeal. The objectors, as they were entitled to, then filed another appeal in Superior Court 3 weeks ago on June 6th. Revity has continued to diligently try and bring the Natick Avenue project online. As some of you may know, on January 14, 2021, Revity made a payment of $100,000 to the city towards the Cranston West Athletic Complex, as provided for in the net metering contract. Revity's been working with city officials to explore other opportunities for the city while the court appeals take their course. To assist the administration, in April, Revity agreed to waive the exclusivity of their contract to see if other potential partners may be able to provide some financial assistance in the interim months. One current benefit that Revity is delivering to the city is an opportunity with the city of Providence. Revity bid on an RFP for some excess net metering credits with the intention of providing those electric savings to Cranston. The discount rate bid by Revity and awarded by the city of Providence is 25%. The city will be allocated approximately $450,000 of net metering credits and will receive a financial benefit in electric bill savings of approximately $112,500. The existing Cranston 25-year net metering credit agreement is not impaired in any way by this agreement with Providence. On April 6, 2022, an amendment to the net metering agreement allowed the city to be introduced to other net metering opportunities with Revity's cooperation. while the court matters are resolved before the operation date commences. Cranston has not lost any money because of the delays in the planned operation date for Natick Avenue. Savings were not expected until sometime this year, and Cranston will get everything it bargained for. In summary, the city's financial benefits will be enhanced in the short term by at least $112,500 through Revity's efforts. Most importantly, the city will receive the full 25-year net metering credit discount. We are working with city officials to implement the net metering contract, which provides great savings to the city and has great value to my client. Mr. Ralph Palumbo, the president of Revity Energy, is here with me this evening, and at any time this evening, we'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. I'll let you go a few minutes extra there because you were answering some questions for Vice President Ferry that he put on the docket. Moving on, any other public comment here in chambers? Come on up, name and address in the record, and try to limit your comments to 4 minutes. And speak right in the
Hi.
microphone.
I will.
Thank you.
My name is William, last name spelled Moretti, Moretti. I live at 298 Farmington Avenue. I have been at 298 Farmington Avenue for 25 years. I have been a resident of Cranston in the Arlington section for 73 years. And I have an issue with roosters in my neighborhood. We had one instance, now we have two. To be awakened in the morning at 5 a.m., having them chortling again at 1 in the afternoon and at about 5 at night, it's very disturbing. And in 25 years on Farmington Avenue, which is heavily residential, the annoyance of a rooster 2 houses down, and now there's 2, is very disturbing. And I understand there was an ordinance. I would like this council to consider the ramifications of people in residential neighborhoods having roosters the next yard over. It's very annoying. And that's my statement regarding that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in chambers? Come on up, name and address for the record. And to those that are on Zoom online, watching the meeting interactively, please raise your hand because we're going to go to you shortly and we can bring you in for public comment. Sir, go ahead and name and address.
My name
for
is
the record.
Anthony Paolino, 450 Pippin Orchard Road. I've been before this council at least 3 or 4 times regarding the same issue as Mr. Moretti. Roosters crowing at all times of the day and night, especially very early in the morning. And thanks to Councilman Campo for introducing this ordinance. And I urge this council, please, for the sake of everyone involved, to pass this ordinance this evening and give us, those residents that are disturbed, finally, after 3 years, some peace and quiet. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers? Come on up to the podium. Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
How's it going, council? Good evening. Richard Naraki, 59 Bryant Road. Just want to once again urge the passage of this rooster ordinance. Can't say it enough times that they say it's annoying. That's only the beginning. It actually starts affecting your health, and it becomes a health and safety issue. Yeah. As I'm coming to the meeting tonight, just to give you a little story, son looks at me, 13 years old. We gonna get to open the windows and sleep tonight? Do we have to turn the air conditioner on to drown out the noise at 5 in the morning of a rooster? I don't know. We're gonna see if the city council can get it done today. And I'm really, really hoping you do. That's, my family's around where I live, we're affected. They send me here. They ask me to speak on their behalf. So that's what I'm doing yet again. So please, I urge you, pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers like to speak on any docketed matters? Seeing none, we'll move on to Zoom. This time, please raise your hand if you would like to give public comment on Zoom.
I see no public comment.
Okay, this time I will close public comment for docketed matters. Thank you. Moving on to resolutions. We have a resolution in recognition of the month of June as Pride Month, sponsored by Councilwoman Vargas, co-sponsored by Councilman Donegan, Campo Piano, Council Vice President Ferry, and Council President Peplaskis. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second under discussion. Councilmember Vargas.
Thank you, Council President, and good evening to my fellow colleagues here on the council and those that are present on YouTube this evening. As many of you know, I've had the last 4 years, we've had the raising of the pride flag here in the city of Cranston, where we recognize the month of June as Pride Month and where we encourage all citizens to celebrate Pride Month. And in the city of Cranston, I don't believe, to my knowledge, that we've ever done it. So this is definitely the fourth time in the history of the city that we've done that. And so I'd like to thank first and foremost those that were there in spirit and those that attended, as well as the administration, and obviously the council members as well who have co-sponsored this resolution before us this evening. I shared a personal story a few weeks ago, and I won't get into the nitty-gritty of the personal story, but I do just want to say that the city of Cranston definitely is a welcoming city, and will we continue to welcome everyone regardless of their gender identity. And so my daughter, came out not too long ago, and so I obviously embraced that. And I had not known about it prior to actually the first Pride flag raising in maybe 2019 or so. And so I take this as dear and near to my heart to make sure that we welcome everyone here, not only in our beautiful city, but in our great state and here in our country. And given the fact of everything that we have been seeing, I hope that we don't move backwards, but instead move forward and continue to embrace everyone based on who they are and how they identify themselves, and no one should be discriminated based on their character or their gender identity. So I'll leave it at that, but I do want to make sure that I wanted to make sure that I shared that story, that I obviously asked for her permission, and I had her this year for the first time do the flag raising. And I want to thank as well all of those who participated as well, such as the speakers that evening. So I urge passage on this resolution before us this evening, and it gives me a great sense of pride to know that our city of Cranston is participating in the Pride flag raising, while there's so many cities and towns across the country that are not. Again, really thankful to each and every one of you to have giving me the opportunity to introduce this resolution before us this evening for the 4th year in a row. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vargas. Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to thank Councilwoman Vargas for opening up to everyone and bringing her family into this, and for her work over the past couple of years to ensure that we visually represent that here at City Hall. So thank you for your work on this. The second whereas on the resolution mentions the Obergefell versus Hodges case, and I just want to, given the recent Supreme Court decision and some of the opinions that were authored by, I think it was Justice Thomas, as it stands right now, gay marriage is protected in the United States by that Supreme Court decision. And we're fortunate here in Rhode Island that we have state statute that protects that. But should that Supreme Court decision be overturned by a future decision by this court, millions of people in states across the country would lose that right. And I would just encourage people to think really carefully when you go to vote this year. Think really carefully, because a lot of people's
Councilmember, we got to stay on the resolution, please.
vote with your conscience. and think about people's rights.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Renzulli.
Thank you, Council President. I just also wanted to thank Councilwoman Vargas for every year organizing such a special event that we do at City Hall, raising the pride flag and inviting the community to come and share what pride means for them. I had someone I went to high school with reach out to me and say, how can I be involved? And I connected him to Councilwoman Vargas, and I've never seen him so excited to be there and get to share his work and in that event, and to bring my own children there was wonderful. And I would just like to be added as a sponsor to the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any objection to adding Councilmember Renzulli? Thank you. Councilmember Marino.
Thank you, Council President. I also this evening want to thank Councilwoman Vargas for her diligence and her dedication and devotion to this topic, which is near and dear to her heart. I had the pleasure of taking part in that ceremony, and the celebration that evening was very heartwarming. And I would be honored if I could be added as a co-sponsor. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Ferry, and then Councilmember Jermaine.
I would also like to say that this is something that is very near and dear to my heart. As many of you know, my brother Frank Ferry was a state rep for 7 years and was the first official gay marriage in Rhode Island. And he championed the gay marriage bill in Rhode Island. And both of my children are gay, and they are both married. And I believe that I want to just commend you for doing this and bringing it to everyone's attention every year. It's very important, and we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Jermaine.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank you, Councilman Vargas. So I have to share that coming from Haiti, this topic is a taboo in Haiti. We have people who have died. They beat them up for just coming out. And still in our society, this still stay as a taboo in our community. So giving me the opportunity to share that moment and to be in support of all of those who are showing who we are without fear. And that's why we need to continue to work hard to make sure those rights will not be taken away, because a lot of us still suffering about acceptations and tolerance. And thank you. It was such a beautiful for the past 2 years. The first one I participated last year was so beautiful, where we marched. And this year was beautiful as well. And thank you for your openness and for showing us we can't be afraid to show who we are. And that's really an example. Thank you. I would love to be added as a co-sponsor if you allowed me.
Thank you. I see Councilwoman Vargas's head shaking for co-sponsorship. Councilmember Campo Piano.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to thank you, Councilman Vargas, for doing this. I want to apologize for not being able to attend the event, but next year I look forward to being there, and I'm happy to be a co-sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Actually, Council President, I'd be remiss also if I didn't think as well, the police department was always representing who were there, and as well as the fire department as well, to show obviously their support along with the council members, community leaders, and the administration, the mayor, and obviously thanking the Cranston Herald for covering that event as well. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I'll just echo everybody else's comments. Thank you, Councilmember Vargas, for putting this together. It's certainly a wonderful event. Thank you for sharing your personal story. That means a lot. And I said it, probably said this last year, love is love. So I'll end at that. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion passes 8-0. Moving on to report of committees. Finance Committee, Council Vice President Robert Ferry. The floor is yours for introduction of the items.
Thank you. First on the Finance Committee agenda is a resolution authorizing real estate tax abatements amended list from April. This passed in committee. I urge passage tonight.
Thank you very much. I'll entertain a motion on the amended real estate, just lost it, real estate tax abatements.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes,
Next, we have a resolution authorizing real estate tax abatements. This passed in committee. I urge passage tonight.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion passes 8-0.
Next, we have a resolution authorizing motor vehicle tax abatements.
Motion to approve?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry.
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes,
And next, we have tax interest waiver approvals. This passed in committee.
Motion
Urge
to-
passage tonight.
Motion to approve?
we
Second.
have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan. Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry.
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, passes 8-0. And Council Vice President, you still have the floor because we have some special Finance Committee agenda items.
Next, we have 62201S ordinance authorizing a loan order for the city of Cranston to finance the acquisition, construction, improvement, renovation, repair, and alteration of public buildings by the issuance of not more than $3 million in bonds and notes. Therefore, this is sponsored by Councilman Riley.
Thank,
Motion to approve.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Thank you, Chair. Under discussion, Councilmember Donegan, as I see your hand up.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. I know that there were some amendments made. Are those considered? In the meeting, there were amendments made. Are those just considered scriveners or?
I will defer to legal counsel. I believe they should be corrected on the docket, but I will defer. Or Mr. Igo, Mr. Igo is shaking his head yes, but I'm gonna come up for an answer. And he hates when I call him Mr. Igo. He likes me to call him Mike, but
Thank you, Council President. The corrections have been implemented on the documents before you tonight.
thank you, Mr. Igo. Right. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Donegan, you have any follow-ups on that?
Not specifically on that. I don't want to go off topic if,
Well,
Yeah,
let me
just-
stick to the agenda item in front of us. We're going to go to each one, so.
are there any specifics that are in mind for this and would there be opportunities to leverage the already approved, for lack of a better term, climate bond that we had passed at the last election, to improve public buildings, but also do so in a way that is more energy efficient to reduce energy costs in the city?
To either the administration or Mr. Igo, I guess the question was, can we use some of the climate bond money instead of using the 3 million. By the way, just for the record, for anybody watching at home, we're not voting to spend any money tonight. This is just to go on the ballot to ask the voters if they'd like us to start the process. So I just want to be clear on that.
Councilman, there is no question to use the $5 million authority that was passed in the last election for energy efficiency within the 4 ordinances in front of you tonight.
Thank you.
No,
Councilman?
I think I guess what I was asking was rather than bonding for an additional or approving an additional 3 million, could we use the 5 million that was already approved to do some of the things that you might have in mind for this 3 million? Can we use money that's already been approved?
I believe the authorization of what the intent of the bond would be different than for the energy one versus the building improvement one.
Thank you. Council Member Renzulli?
I don't want to be nitpicky, but I just wanted to note that the therefore in the top of this doesn't appear to have the E on the end, and I just don't want that to cause some kind of an issue.
After the last meeting, we checked on the internet, the correct spelling, and there is no E on it.
That's going to be a Jeopardy question. Thank you. Councilmember Vargas, did you have your hand up next?
I just had a quick question. Public building is obviously clearly all city-owned buildings. Just want to make sure for the record, I believe we do own the school buildings that they lease, but this 3 million is not to be used for school building, or will it be used towards, is that actually considered part of this? Just because I know it's a separate budget, I understand that whole process, but I'm just trying to get a sense.
That's correct, Councilwoman. There's a whole separate category for school construction. This is just public buildings, the city side.
Okay, and I think, and just to again confirm, as far as repair and alteration of public buildings, or just renovation in general, did you just say that you did not have a precise project in mind?
No, this is just for authorization down the road. So if something comes up, we can put it before the planning commission and then put it through the capital budget process.
So either way, obviously, it goes before the voters. If this was to pass, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to use a full $3 million.
That's correct.
Regardless, it still has to come before the finance committee anyway for approval, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Marino?
Thank you. Similar to the Finance Committee meeting on this issue, Director Igo, can you just let us know what funds are available currently, bonds available to borrow from for the specific category?
For the building fund, there's 331,000 still available to bond from.
And again, are there any specific projects that the administration has in mind?
Just what was passed through the capital budget process.
I see Director Moretti raising his hand. You might want to add something. See Director Moretti, I call on you.
You're too kind, Council President. Just a couple of things. Yes, that we're just, the administration would just like approval so the voters can make the decision to have the opportunity on this. As you know, that does not authorize the spending. Spending would have to go through the Planning Commission, approved there or recommended there, to the administration to recommend to the City Council. So the council has another bite at the apple on this, and that would be the final authorization. And that doesn't even at that point necessarily mean it's going to be spent. That just means the money would be authorized. Certainly economics would prudently come into play at that point in time in the city, if it's a wise thing to do. So it's really giving the voters the opportunity. And something else came to mind. Certainly when it comes to the buildings, There could be a repair that happens this evening that could require $500,000, $1 million. Nowadays, it doesn't go as far as it once did. We don't want to run out of money. Remember, these bonds are really for about 3 years forward, because we don't it's not on occasion that it's only on election years that it is financially viable or efficient to propose bonding, if you were not bonding, but bond authorizations to the voters. So the next time would be available, unless a special election is called, would be in 2024. So if we don't want you to be long-sighted here to realize how that would work, unless we would need to go out and call a special election, obviously it'd be costly and inefficient. One other thing did come to mind since the Finance Committee is even today, the governor, and I don't know how this would work, but there's some matching funds that seem to be available. The states have been flushed, and the government's flushing the states with money. So I know there's an opportunity, not to say this would be the case, but just a thought that they're looking, that the state's looking to partner with the various municipalities for the possible construction, acquisition, renovation of facilities as a community centers for education, health, and those types of things, for job creation. So without that money, we wouldn't even have the opportunity to bid, should it be prudent that we receive matching funds. So I think for all those reasons is why the administration asked your approval on this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Who hasn't spoke on this yet? And then I'll come back around. And I don't like to go back around again. Council Vice President Ferry, then Councilman
Yes.
Renzulli, did you speak on this one yet? Council Vice President Ferry, I'll go to you first.
I'll be brief. This $3 million bond is part of 4 bonds that we are faced with tonight, which total $12.5 million. And as I said at the ordinance meeting, I do not think, based on the current financial climate in Cranston, based on the fact that we do not have a solid plan to straighten out our finances, I do not think that we should be borrowing any money at this time, or even approving the fact that the money might be used down the road. So I will not be approving this or any of the bonds tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Renzulli.
Thank you. This is just a question for the administration. I just want to make sure that I'm clear from what Finance Director Igo said, that if we do not approve this to go on the ballot, we will not have the opportunity other than the $331,000 left from a prior bond approval. So until 2024, that's all we'll have.
You heard correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other discussion? Councilmember Vargas.
Thank you. I just had a question. If we're putting this on the ballot, if this passes and it goes on the ballot, is the city anticipating on providing any type of education to the Cranston voters in terms of specifics as to what this actually bond is? And I'm only asking because while, the ballots, you can't write an entire thesis on there. I think it's also important that they actually know what they're going to vote on. So I'm not sure if this is, if this question is really appropriated towards Director Moretti, or does it go towards Nick, actually, who's here with us this evening, Director Board of Canvases?
Thank you, Councilman. Great question. I see Director Lima, and Director, I'm going to hold you to the 4-minute rule. Love you, but we don't want a thesis tonight.
Thank you, Council President. Good evening, members of the council. Nick Lehman, the Registrar Director of Elections for the Canvassing Authority. So under state law, we are required to have multiple publications of any questions on the ballot. That's both bond and charter questions. The most prominent of those is a voter information mailer that will be sent out in late September, or early October of this year. That goes to all voter households in the city. So it's approximately a 31,000 piece mailer. That mailer includes detailed information about each bond. That's in accordance with Title 17 of the general laws. There's a list of various things that need to be listed as part of that. In addition to that, we also publish the election warrant in the newspaper, and we separately have to list each bond in charter in the newspaper and advertise the text of the question and pretty much a lot of the same information that's going to be in the voter information mailer. So that will be published in the Cranston Herald prior to the election as well. We'll also, of course, have all the same information posted on the Canvassing Authority website. And we'll have additional voter information mailer packets available in our office for anyone that wants an extra copy or to distribute them.
Thank you, Director. Any follow-up questions on that, Councilwoman? Director, thank you. All right, any other questions on the bond that's before 6/2201S? Councilmember Jermaine.
Thank you. At the last finance meeting, we went over these 4 propositions. And I just want to make sure I understand really, it's like a reiteration, but if we pass those 4 propositions that goes into the election, that doesn't mean that we make a contract, we borrow anything. It's that sure. And also, when we have to do some projects, so that's really will follow the proper process to the commission, and we can vote on it to grant it, or we can vote not to grant it. Is that correct?
Yeah, and Mr. Igo, correct me if I mess this order up. If the voters approve it, you'll then have the authority down the road to send this to the Planning Commission, right? And then if it gets to the Planning Commission, it comes to the Finance Committee. and the
Actually,
council.
before it goes to the planning commission, it comes back to the council to get loan orders. So you have to approve it again for the amount, say the 3 million passes, then it comes before the city council to approve the loan order, which gives the city the authority to borrow the money. Then it goes to the planning commission, then it goes to the finance committee as part of the budget, and then again, adoption through the budget process.
So
So
we
there's
would,
4 or 5 different steps that go.
and it would come back to the council 3 times.
Correct,
In the process.
yes.
Okay, thank you so much. So I will be in support of this bond because I think the resident need a lot of services, and they are paying taxes, and the one thing they are request is getting services. And if this will allow the administration, the council in our report to make sure we have those services, we repair our playground, our big public athletic fields, and Cranston is need one. And all of the infrastructure, the roads, the pothole we need to do. So we need to have the resources available when we need to do it. So I think it's a long process, and we still have an oversight over it. So I will be voting yes for that.
Thank you, council member. Any other questions? Councilmember
Sorry, I
Vargas.
just had one question, and it might be the obvious, but I'm just double checking. I apologize. I was not there at that meeting. I wasn't feeling well, but I do want to ask. Obviously, the interest rate, it's obviously going up, and we would obviously only be, the interest rate is most likely unknown, that, and it all depend obviously on the amount of dollars that we would be borrowing if this was to even pass, correct?
It's absolutely correct, yes.
Thank you, council member. I think everybody has had an opportunity to speak on this. So I'll speak last. I'll be voting for this evening. You know, I certainly understand the thoughts of Council Vice President Ferry here, you know, and his sentiment on this as well. But I do think this gives the city flexibility, and because it has some more checks and balances down the road, and, you know, if you use the train analogy, more stops along the way, you know, it gives the council another 3 times to look at this as well, if the voters even approve it. So it's given the flexibility, so I'll be supporting it tonight. That being said, Madam Clerk, can you please take the roll on 6-22-01S?
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes,
Councilman Donegan. Councilman Campo,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Council Vice President, the floor is still yours.
I'm sorry. Next, we have, oh boy, I lost my place. Okay. 4-6-22-02S, ordinance authorizing loan order for the city of Cranston to finance the acquisition of fire equipment for the city's fire department by the issuance of not more than $2 million bonds and notes therefore, sponsored by Councilman Riley.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
We have a motion to approve in a second, and the process on these would all be the same that we discussed in the last ordinance. So any discussion specific to this before I call for a roll? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campo.
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Council Vice President?
Okay, next we have 6-2203S, ordinance authorizing loan order for the city of Cranston to finance the acquisition, construction, improvement, renovation, repair, alteration, and equipping of playground and athletic fields in the city of Cranston by issuance of not more than $3.5 million bonds and notes therefore, sponsored by Councilman Riley.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion on 6-22-03S.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this ordinance? Councilmember Marino.
Thank you. Director Igo, same question as in the Finance Committee meeting, if you could enlighten us as to how much we have available.
Currently, for the playgrounds, there's $455,000 available for additional bonding.
Thank you, Mr. Igo. Councilmember Marino, do you have any follow-up on that?
That's including, I could be wrong, but I thought the last meeting you had mentioned that the last election, the voters approved a bond referendum for this as well, or am I wrong? I could be wrong.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Councilwoman?
Sure. I just want to make sure that I could be mistaken. I wasn't sure if at the last Finance Committee meeting, if you had mentioned that the previous election, the voters had approved a bond referendum for the Parks and Rec or no?
Yes, in 21, there was $2 million approved by the voters.
And we've used all of that except for 455,000?
We borrowed it. Yeah, we
Yeah.
have cash on hand of $1.9 million, but available to go out for borrowing again, there's only 455,000.
Thank you, Director Igo. I don't have any other questions right now on that, but I did want to say I have some hesitancy with respect to putting this out for approval to the voters, only because of the city, we do have ARPA funds available for these types of improvements, acquisitions, et cetera. And we also have CDBG funds that the city could utilize for this. And given the rising interest rates, which, you know, from, again, not my area of expertise, but from what I've been hearing on a national level, is that the rates will be as high as 5-6% and for several years to come. I'm trying to minimize, you know, what we do have out there to potentially borrow from for the protection of the city as a whole. And the last thing I'll say along those lines is the other reason why I'm hesitant to approve of this is that currently the state of our current parks being locked despite renovations that have occurred. My concern is that we're going to have more parks that are locked and inaccessible because improvements are done. So for that reason, I don't think I'm going to vote in favor of this tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any discussion on the bond? Councilmember Renzulli?
Thank you. This is a question for Finance Director Igo. I'm just curious if this, when would this bond expire if we went out to bond for this money?
There is no expiration date on bonds. The authorization that you have Once it's approved by the voters, it stays there until it's used, or we come back with an ordinance dissolving the authorization.
Okay, so this could perhaps be just a proactive approach to if something comes up that we need to borrow the money at a time, 5, 6, 7 years down the road, that interest rates are lower. There's no way to tell what the interest rate is going to be when we actually bond for the money, correct?
That's correct. As Director Moretti said, this is a 2-year term. The next time that we'll be eligible to put something on the ballot, unless there's a special election, would be in November of 24.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, council member. Any other comments from anyone that hasn't spoke on this bond yet? And then who hasn't spoke on this bond yet? Councilmember Vargas. I'm losing track.
I'm a little outspoken every once in a while, so I get it. Just a quick question, pretty much what I had earlier. Any projects at all that the city is considering in terms of this passes as far as playgrounds? We all know that there's been some conversations that have come up in the council regarding playgrounds, equipment, just renovations in general. I can definitely speak for Ward 1, which is much needed. And I'm just curious on that end, but I also feel that there's also some athletic fields that may not need it as much. And so I'm just wondering, you know, how do you foresee this money being used? And ultimately, is it up to the Public Works or Park and Recs director to come up and say, we need to borrow X amount or use what's remaining, whether it's cash in hand or left out of the bond, to use these funds toward those projects?
Again, Councilwoman, it would go back to the 5-year capital budget. So as you know, they do the current year budget and then 3-year projection. So if you take a look at that, you can see what projects are in the pipeline. In addition to that, when they go back to the Planning Commission next February to start the process again, any recommendations made by the Parks and Rec Director will be added to that list. And then again, the final card is held with the council. They can approve what was passed by the Planning Commission, or they can change and add items to the adopted budget.
All right, so I have observations on this, but parks, particularly our playgrounds, which I think need a lot of TLC. I will be voting on this. I would like to have you please repeat again what the cash on hand is. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Currently, there's 1,958,000.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Jermaine.
I just have a question while we are talking about, because I already spoke about my support for this. I would just want to piggyback on what Council Vargas say about playground, because we have a need. Ward 2, I submit requests for Dowick Park for Budlong. We have basketball court that needs a lot of repairs. And my question, and maybe I'm out a little bit of context, but for example, each heads of department know what they have available, they can plan to propose some projects? Because I had some conversation with Director of Works, and it looks like he didn't know we have, some money, we could do some project. That was the question. I don't know for legal if I'm out of context now.
Just to let you know, Councilwoman, the report is sent every month to all the directors that have any bond funds. So they know exactly at the end of each month how much is available to them and how much they have left to spend. It's up to them to bring it to us, to the administration and the Planning Commission in February when the process starts, to see which projects will make the cut, as you say, because you don't know how much you really want or can afford to borrow at a particular time. So at least that's the starting point. Every February when the list goes before the Planning Commission, that's the starting point. And then from there it gets pared down based on on what we can afford to spend. And again, it's the council's final decision. They can alter the capital budget during the budget deliberations.
Thank you so much, Director. Now I have another question. So it's a learning process. Legal, if I'm out of context, please accept me. When you said you have, so all those goes to planning, right?
Correct, yes.
planning-
Planning starts the whole process, yes.
Is this planning with Director Pizzo?
Pizzulo, yes, yes, that's where it starts.
Okay, so that's planning that has the final say on how we okay,
They allocate the funds.
they are the one. who
They're,
allocate
they're the
funds?
ones that decide which projects. They present a list to the mayor of the projects
But
that,
they don't have this final say. is that-
sorry? No,
They don't
no,
have the final say.
no, but they are the starting point.
Okay,
The
Thank-
council has the final say.
thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. Director, the 1.9 cash on hand, is that already spoken for or allocated towards something specific?
I believe it'll be used to cover the cost of the FY '23 capital budget projects.
Without having the, in front of me, do you know what,
We already have this cash has already been borrowed, yes.
how much was in the, for the FY '23 budget?
I don't have that in front of me. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I let it go a little bit off the current question in front of us, but trying to get back on the tracks. Any other questions on the current bond question? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes,
Councilman Donegan. Councilman Campo,
No.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Rose, what was the tally on that? Rose? 3 and then 3 in the negative. Okay. 5-3. I asked what the tally was. 6-2? 5-3.
There should have been 3 no's.
3 no's. Got it. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
moving on.
Last for me, okay. 62204S, ordinance authorizing loan order for the city of Cranston to finance the construction, improvement, renovation, repair, and alteration of city infrastructure by the Highway Department by the issuance of not more than $4 million bonds and notes therefore, sponsored by Councilman Riley.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion on 622-04S?
Motion to approve.
second,
We have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campo,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. That concludes the Finance Committee agenda. Council Vice President Ferry, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Moving on to the Ordinance Committee, Councilman Matthew Riley has an excused absence this evening. He's not feeling too well, so I will pass the agenda over to Vice Chair, Councilwoman Renzulli, to introduce the ordinances.
Thank you. First on our list, we have ordinance 4-22-02, ordinance and amendment of chapter 10.32.020 of the Code of the City of Pranston, 2005, entitled Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Stop Intersections Enumerated, West Blue Ridge Road / Summit Drive, Freehold Ave, Belvedere Drive, sponsored by Councilman Riley. These two ordinances, 02 followed by 03, it is I believe, a 3-way stop that's turning into a 4-way stop. These were approved in committee and I urge passage tonight.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Yes, that assumption is correct. One's removing the old ordinance. The second one is, putting the new ordinance in effect to make it a 4-way stop. So I'll entertain a motion on 422-02.
Motion to approve?
Second,
Okay, any discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplas.
Yes.
Thank you. This is the follow-up ordinance 4-22-03, ordinance and amendment of chapter 10.32.030 of the Code of the City of Pranston, 2005, entitled Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Multi-Way Stop Intersections Enumerated. This is turning it into a four-way stop sign. It was passed in committee. I urge passage tonight.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion to approve in a second. Any discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplas.
Yes.
Thank you. Next, we have 4-22-06, ordinance and amendment of chapter 10.12.250 of the Code of the City of Cranston, 2005, entitled Motor Vehicles and Traffic Crosswalks Enumerated. This is sponsored by Councilwoman Jermaine. There is a traffic engineer report. If you'd like to reference that, it's passed in committee and I urge passage tonight.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve?
We have a motion to approve and a second. Do we have a second? We do have a second. Okay, thank you. Under discussion? Any discussion from council members? Council member Jermaine.
Thank you, Council President. This ordinance, earlier we have Mrs. Linda that spoke about this ordinance, and it's something that really near to my heart when this woman passed away at this intersection, walking her dog, and that should not happen, and she was hit by a truck. And that's how she passed away. So in this intersection, I met with many residents in the neighborhood and that always complain about the speeding in this road. Aqueduct goes way to Colonial, and we still have an issue with that. And I think this will slower the speeding and make the neighborhood safer for the children, for the families, for the elderlies that need to walk their dog just with peace of mind. So I will really urge passage tonight in honor of this woman who should not die.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other discussion from council members? Director Moretti, did I see your hand up? See, I called on you twice this evening.
Called on me or picked on me, I'm not sure.
We'll see.
Hey, this is a very, serious situation. The mayor took a long, hard look at this, particularly the incident that, a tragic incident that occurred. But at the same time, he felt he wants to do the right thing with the city. And per protocol, obviously, the council calls upon the traffic engineer to present his report. And also to delve into that, to question that, the mayor has asked if the police department can be represented to voice their professional opinion. So the mayor would like to defer to the two experts or professionals in this subject matter. So Major Quirk is here, if he could just represent the police department and perhaps the traffic engineer.
Major Quirk.
Thank you, Council President. Just to follow up on the traffic survey that was provided by engineer, traffic engineer Mulcahy. From what I understand from Director Moretti, were the council members provided this report? They were, okay, all right, thank you. I did review the report, and as far as the police department, we're in agreement with Mr. Mulcahy as far as his findings and so forth. In my opinion, I was actually at that tragic accident that night, and ma'am, I believe you're still here. I pass along my sympathies. It was a tragic accident. I'm sorry for your loss and your family's loss also. It's, in our opinion, a crosswalk would not have made a difference in this particular case. And with that being said, it's at that intersection, there are 4 stop signs that are in place. And after extensive interviews with witnesses there, also backed up by, there was a video from a Ring doorbell from a nearby neighbor's home. All indications are that the operator did come to a complete stop. That was also given a statement from the other operator who was involved, who stated that she had noticed that the victim who was walking her dog did proceed into the roadway. All indications are that the operator, once he did come to a complete stop, he then looked to his right, and the other vehicle that was stopped at the same exact time motioned for him to go. And at that point, that's when he realized that the tragic accident did occur at that point. So like I stated, with all evidence that was provided from neighbors, from video, from the neighbors, one of the neighbors Ring doorbell, that a crosswalk would not have made a difference in this particular case, especially with stop signs that were in place. And just to follow up as far as complaints that come in, I know 7 years as a major, I'm copied on any complaints that come in from a vast majority of the complaints come into City Hall through constituent affairs, and I'm copied on those. And prior to my current position, I was the patrol captain, and they would come directly to me, and I have to think long and hard as far as complaints coming in that particular area on Aqueduct Road. It's not a high pedestrian cross travel road, so to put it, for people crossing that particular road. Years ago, I would say closer to the Budlong Pool, I'd probably be the first to say that would be an area, as far as maybe with some markings and flashing lights and so forth. But with that being down and this being up the road, it does not appear to be that there's it's a section of that particular roadway where there's a lot of pedestrian traffic.
Thank you, Major.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion from council members? Councilmember Jermaine.
Thank you. I respect the position of the administration and the major as well. But at the same time, I think making the road safer, have a proactive position is better than say what could have done. So what we are doing here is proactively measure. That's the proactive measure we take to prevent future fatalities. There is one, Cranston, that's where we have right in the corner, that where a lot of residents live with their children. And Budlong Pool is not open this year, but it will be open, and it's gonna be and we have neighbors live both sides of the road. So I think having this for the neighborhood is important, and it's not I diminish the report, but I think having really being proactive is more important than say, oh, let's wait to see what's gonna happen, because we don't know. So what we should do as inform people is prepare for the better, prepare for the future. So that's why I really urge to pass this ordinance and make sure we have this neighborhood safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Donegan? Saw your hand up. No? Councilmember Renzulli.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Major Kirk if he could clarify, did he say that if the Budlong Pool was open, this would be something he would more so support? Or was that just a reference to how busy it was in that general neighborhood when it was open?
That was just a reference as far as in its day when it was operating. There was more in that particular area. There was more pedestrian traffic compared to the area in question tonight. And I know in the last, I don't know if I don't believe I touched on this earlier, but in the previous 5 years, we've had no documented accidents at that particular intersection, other than this tragic incident. No other reports were actually made to the police department at this intersection.
Okay, thank you, Major. Just for further clarification, if the pool were to open and become a popular spot for children, say it was modernized, and it just, was in its glory again, would that be something to consider in making a decision like this? Because it could be busy in that area again. That's what I'm just trying to determine. If the area was busier, would you recommend something like this or have us revisit something like this?
Well, it's obviously there would be more traffic on that particular section as far as people being dropped off and so forth. But I also know that in the years since I've been on, and probably prior to that, we've always the city has always hired a detailed person, an officer, to be at that location to assist, to be seen, but mostly to assist with pedestrian traffic, because there is a crosswalk at that location. But with an officer out there, it usually ensures that people will stop, and so the people using the facility could go ahead and cross that street.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate you clarifying.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other council members with comment? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Pass unanimously, 8-0. Thank you. Woman Renzulli, the floor is still yours.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have 5-22-01, ordinance and amendment of Title VI of the Code of the City of Cranston, 2005, entitled Animals, sponsored by Councilman Campo. This was passed in committee, and I urge passage tonight.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I'll entertain a motion. We have a-
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Councilmember Donegan and a second by Council Vice President Ferry. Under discussion. Councilman Campo, do you want to go first to introduce it? And then, since it's your ordinance, and we'll go to Councilmember Jermaine.
Thank you very much, Council President. Thank you, Chairperson Renzulli. I want to start by, I'm going to start by saying I did a little research, and I called Buffoni Poultry Farm, and they have 25,000 hens and not one rooster. They are arguably the largest and probably the largest poultry farm in Rhode Island, and they don't have a rooster. So it's if some local farmers or local people want to raise chickens and have eggs, if Buffoni can do it with 25,000 without a rooster, then they certainly can. So I believe it comes down to respect. This whole thing comes down to respect to your neighbor. It comes down to respect. I pride myself in putting myself in other people's shoes and seeing it from another person's perspective. And I have a hard time seeing the other perspective when it infringes on someone else's rights and someone else, just because you feel the right to have a rooster, it doesn't give you the right to put it under another person's window or right next to them. For one, I can't put myself in that position to put someone out like that. And I don't think I'm asking much with 150 feet. That's not far. It was brought up at the last meeting about a study and all that. I mean, there has been studies brought, and we could bring one forward. And if that study comes into account, we won't be able to have a rooster in almost anywhere because they're so loud and so far away. So to say, for 150 feet, it's not a big deal. It's fair to everyone. I also want to call the attention to the council that just a few weeks ago, we as a council, and I believe it was unanimous, voted to have a local business play music a half hour earlier because one resident came out and says, you know, I don't want music played till 11 o'clock. So we, as a council, amended that and made it 10:30. And this was an event that happened once a year, and on the occasion of 250-year anniversary, we voted them to, you know, a half hour early. And this was on a Friday night. We're talking every morning, almost every ward. Like I said in my last time, only Ward 6 I didn't hear someone from. And I also want to say that I did get multiple people come out, you know, for this ordinance, and not one person from the poultry community came forward to me and said nothing to me. And in that regard, if you were so passionate about having a rooster and raising poultry and all that, you know, police your own. You know, I know if I'm passionate about something and someone comes to me and I hear about someone who's giving it a bad name, I'd go over there and say, listen, you know, you're giving us a bad name. Can you knock it off, or can you help us out here? Let's not, you know, make it tough for everybody. You know, let's do that. And last, I like to say that if this does pass tonight, I don't think they're going to be the rooster police are going to come out tomorrow. I mean, if you are respectful to your neighbors and they're housed and they're quiet and they're fine, there's not going to be this big uproar of, like, you know, rooster police coming out. A better way to put it, I don't know, but I don't think that's going to happen. That's not the way it's going to go down. And also, and it's not the city's responsibility. I know last time we talked about, you know, is it going to be the dog office? It's going to be, it's the resident that has the rooster's responsibility. So maybe as a service, if it can't be kept within that 150 feet and they have to get rid of the rooster, maybe on our city website, we can post, I mean, there's sanctuaries, and I brought one up last time, and there are other ones that I talked about. And actually, someone even emailed me a whole list of farms and stuff like that, you know, they can go. It'd be the, you know, the rooster owner's responsibility to place this or to move it in the right distance or whatever it takes, not to, you know, disturb their neighbor. With that said, I urge pass this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I see everybody's hand up, but I'm going to go to Councilmember Jermaine next. She had a hand up at the beginning.
Thank
Councilmember, the floor is
you.
yours.
Thank you, Council. At the last meeting, I did vote no for this ordinance because I have some reserve, and I went home and I make some research and I have some calls. And also I remember Council President Papowska says, if it doesn't work, we can come back and fix it. So after reflections, and I come tonight to support it, I changed my mind. I don't know if many of you watch 12 Angry Men, this movie. So, and I will be in support of this ordinance tonight. However, I have a proposed amendment. I don't know if that's okay. So you can hear it.
Sure.
And if it's okay, and I would love to have it. So my proposed amendment is no rooster is permitted in residential neighborhood unless the curb and fence is no closer than 150 feet away to the dwelling in the abutter. So it's the same one, it's just a in residential neighborhood.
Okay.
Mr. President, if I may for a minute, if that proposed amendment is approved by the council, this needs to go back to committee and then come back to the council. It's a substantial change.
Thank you. So we do have an amendment on the floor. Council member, do you want to repeat your amendment one more time and then I'll ask for a second?
No rooster is permitted in residential neighborhood unless the coop in fence is no closer than 150 feet away to the dwelling of any arbiter.
Okay. Do we have a second on the amendment only? We have a second? Okay, we have a second for discussion. Under discussion. Councilmember, do you want to explain the purpose of the amendment?
Yes. Council Campopiano showed me a picture where someone put a coop, and right away, this is coming in my mind. I said, let's me put an amendment because this should not be there at all. And I have a resident that called me that said, we have people who already own rooster that shouldn't have it at all. So that's why I say no rooster permitted in residential neighborhood based on that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to Councilmember Campo Piano because it's his ordinance and we'll go around. Councilmember Campo Piano.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I'm not in favor of the amended for just one reason, well, a couple of reasons, but first of all, this is a rooster ordinance, not anything else. So if it's a coop or whatever, it's different. And also, I don't want to keep kicking this can down the road. I see so many things in my 9 months here. I see so many things get kicked down the road and they go passed on and on and on. I know if I ran my business by passing things down the road, I wouldn't be in business. So I want to resolve this. I want to resolve this. I mean, whether it passes or doesn't pass, I just want to see some type of resolution tonight, just to give something to the citizens of Cranston to hang their hat on. I just don't want it to go on and on and on. That's why I will be against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Renzulli, then Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you. I'm just a little bit confused as to what this amendment is going to do. So I would just like to ask Councilmember Jermaine, is this essentially removing roosters from what we're deeming a residential neighborhood where they can be 150 feet and say an A80? Is that what you're trying to say?
Just to make sure people who already have it in the neighborhood that has 100 feet, they know they can't have it at all. And also, that was the first one, first amendment I wanted. I would like to have a fine as well as an amendment too, because we have the enforcement and we don't know how, if someone is in violation, how that's gonna play out. So I had a second amendment about having a fine also.
Okay. So originally, when I came with the rooster ordinance, it was to remove roosters from anywhere that wasn't covered by the Right to Farm Act. That didn't go anywhere. Then it was lots smaller than an A80. You could still have an A80 and be in a residential neighborhood. So that's not going to work, I don't think, considering you need to have you have agricultural rights. So I think that what Mr. Campiano is trying to do is 150 feet is not going to, in a neighborhood such as in your ward, I do not believe that the lots, unless they buy multiple lots, will allow to have a rooster because 150 feet is too large of a space for the average lot there. So I think it just automatically kind of cuts that out without adding residential neighborhood or sending this back to committee. Would I be correct? I don't know, through legal. I think we're just going backwards now. And I do agree with the fine and all of that because that's what I started with, but we're not there anymore. So if we don't move forward, we're going to do this forever.
Thank you, Woman Renzulli. Councilman Donegan.
Thank you, Council President Paplaskas. We're strictly on the amendment, correct?
Strictly on the amendment.
I agree. I appreciate the sentiment that Councilwoman Jermaine is, I think, trying to get at here. I don't think that a blanket ban in residentially zoned areas would be wise at this time, given some of the reasons that my colleague, Councilwoman Renzulli mentioned, given that some of them are allowed agricultural use by right in our zoning code. But also if someone has sufficient land, typically it's not going to be in Ward 3, it's not going to be in Ward 2 or any sort of densely populated area, but in a more rural residentially zoned setting, I don't see it being an issue there having the rooster. So I will be respectfully voting against the amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other discussion on the amendment only? Councilmember Vargas.
Yeah, no, I will kind of just echo Councilmember Donegan's opinion, I guess, on this. Just while I appreciate the amendment, Councilwoman Jermaine, at least on behalf of like Edgewood, we don't really have a lot of properties that don't have 50 feet within width. Like a basketball court is even smaller than 150 feet, and a football field is about 360. So I think that this ordinance would allow it already for someone, particularly at least for Ward 1 area, to not already have a rooster in place, but an area that's zoned in a farming area that has enough area, then it would allow for it, with the understanding that there's already that 100 feet to dwelling of any abutter. So I personally think that line 23 and 24 kind of takes care of it itself. And to your point earlier, if it doesn't work, we can always come back. But I really feel that to this amendment, it's almost, in a way, in theory, kind of already line 23 and 24, because within the area that I particularly represent doesn't have enough spacing already within the property lines. Like I don't even have 100 feet between my property and my neighbor, and it's a very secluded area. While I'm sure that there's other properties maybe in Ward 1 near closer to the water maybe, but I just don't, so I'm not going to be able to support that amendment particularly this evening, but I can welcome it back down the line if we ever did get a complaint and so forth about that.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the amendment only? Seeing none, I'll just, Councilwoman, I thank you for the amendment. I think it's a great amendment. I just would like to see this passed tonight instead of sending it back to committee. So I'll be voting against it, but well intentioned, and I thank you for proposing it. Madam Clerk, please take the roll on the amendment only.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan. Councilman Campo,
No.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
No. So amendment fails. We are back to the ordinance as it stands presented this evening. Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you, Council President Paplaskas. For what it's worth to the audience and anyone that's on the call, open meetings via the Open Meetings Act prevents me from coming to Council Member Campo before the meeting tonight to discuss any proposed, to discuss the proposal at all, because having already discussed it with several other colleagues, I can't do that. So, and I think all of you know how I like to operate. And one, it's not violating the law, but two, openly and work collaboratively on things. So thing that I say tonight, please don't take it as an attempt to try and stall this or slow this down. I have no problem with the 150-foot rule here. the language says 150 feet to the dwelling of any abutter. Do we feel that changing dwelling to something such as parcel, that way it's actually a little bit further? So it's at the property line and not the structure, an abutting structure itself? I guess why dwelling compared to parcel line or property line?
I'm gonna defer to the sponsor for the answer on that, because he wrote it. So, Councilmember Campo Piano.
I made it dwelling, well, on purpose, because a dwelling's much easier to see than a property line. A property line could be, determined. I mean, I don't know if you ever talked about property lines with your neighbor. He always says it's over there. They say over there. Now we're talking about, well, now we get into an argument. It's going to be a survey. It's going to be this, it's going to be that. I try to make it as simple and easy as possible. And we're not worried about the rooster crowing and going over the property line. We're worried about the rooster crowing and being close to the house. That's where the person's being disturbed. So that's why I made it clear. And I thought by doing it this way, it would be the simplest way. You almost can pace it off if you had to. It's clear cut. And that's the reason instead of a property line, I went to a dwelling, because I just felt it was easier and more clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. That suffices for me. I appreciate the explanation. I know in committee, I had asked about the enforcement mechanisms. Currently, it would designate the building official, building code enforcement officer, or their designee to be responsible for enforcement of this. I've heard from people tuned in agricultural businesses and agricultural economy. Is anyone within the city actually licensed or certified to be able to handle fowl?
Director Moretti.
Councilman, you'd asked before, I believe, if the animal control officers are trained, qualified, and the answer is no. If there's an incident, they can do the report, but they have to call DEM to respond.
All right, so I guess the follow-up question then, my guess is DEM doesn't have to answer to us, right? Or they won't enforce city code.
I just can't comment. I don't know. I remember you asking if they're qualified or and they're not in wildlife, and they're not allowed to deal with wildlife.
All right, so then if John Smith has a rooster at 59 Packard Street and I call from 60 Packard Street and they're 75 feet from my house, that person's violating the ordinance if passed. Who's going to enforce it?
Yeah, put it in the ordinance, I suppose.
I think
don't know where
Councilwoman
to turn.
Mazzulli might have the answer. She's like waving her hands.
I'm sorry, this is part answer, part question. Someone can tell me if I'm right or wrong, but just because it says a building official or building code enforcement officer or the designee is responsible for enforcing this code, wouldn't that mean they just have to go out there and determine that it's too close to another person's house, write a citation? And as Mr. Campopiano said earlier, why can't the owner be responsible for removing the rooster? It's not, I don't understand why we can't have some personal accountability here. If we tell them there's a bunch of, rooster sanctuaries, take your rooster there, you have 30 days. Thank you. Have a nice day. Why we can't do that? I don't know why we need to certify someone in fowl handling or call DEM. I'm sure they have a lot to do too. This has to be easier. There has to be an easier way to do this.
Thank you, Councilman. I'm gonna go back to council in Nottingham, but I'll just chime in. If the city came and gave me a citation and said I had to fix the siding on my house and give me 30 days, I would have to fix it. The city wouldn't fix it. So that's, my angle on that as well. But Councilmember Donegan.
Yeah, I think I would like to think that people would be so neighborly, but given some of the things that I have reason to question that people would willingly go forth with this. I do think that as we're talking about the functions of city government, which is what we're doing, that saying enforcement of city code, we're just going to leave it up to private citizens is not a good precedent to set or a good way to go about setting public policy, certainly for enforcement. Without some sort of other stipulation in place. So if we were to say that it is incumbent upon the owner of the rooster to remove that from the premises, and if they fail to do so, there should be a fine, because right now there wouldn't be a fine. There would be nothing to be able to hold over them to say, you have to do this. Then to that point, as thinking back to when I worked on a rodent control enforcement ordinance, then there also has to be an avenue for appeal. So I'm not trying to hold this up. I will, if it goes forth as written, I'm probably going to vote for it reluctantly, but the enforcement mechanisms here there is no enforcement mechanism.
Well, and I don't want to answer your question, 'cause I'm not a lawyer, but I would think it would get cited and go to municipal court, right? Do we have to, is there a generic section of the code where any code violations would be enforced or could be written or sent to municipal court?
I don't think there's a provision for generic violation. The ordinances each have their own fine schedule. There is a grouping of, for instance, traffic offenses and things like that that go according to a schedule, but something like this is pretty unique. So I don't think that this would default into any kind of a general enforcement mechanism, but Councilman Donegan's point is well taken. You can't deprive someone of their property without due process of law. You have to provide some avenue of appeal. So if they disagree with the determination of a code enforcement officer or any other government agent, they have a right to be heard in court. You can't deprive them of their property unless you give them an opportunity to be heard. So that point is.
Thank you, Solicitor. Any other discussion on the ordinance itself? I'm going to go to Councilmember Marino, and then I'll come back to you, Councilmember Donegan, because unless you have a follow-up on what we just said.
I would just say, again, I'm not trying to stall this thing from passing. I just want we do this right. If for whatever reason we've got to re-advertise this, I say let's re-advertise it for the earliest date possible so that we can get this in effective ASAP, not wait until next month.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Marino.
Thank you. To Councilman Campopiano, thank you for taking the time to take a second stab at this. This ordinance is very similar to what I had initially proposed when we were first discussing this before, in terms of the 150 feet to the dwelling, the coop, the fenced area. I understand the concerns about enforcement, but I'm inclined to vote in favor of this because it's a step in the right direction. This has been debated to death, with all due respect to all of us. The one thing I know we're all unified on, I've said it before, I'll say it again, that the roosters do not, belong in the condensed, densely populated areas of our city, and this accomplishes that goal. To Councilman Campiano's point of taking the time, thank you for reaching out to Buffoni's Poultry Farm. They're actually relatives of mine. And to your point of them not having a rooster, that is because they are a USDA commercial based production of poultry. And I know that is the only one in Rhode Island, and I'm not sure beyond that. And for that reason is why they would not have a rooster. They get the chicks sent into them, and they would not, for the sale of egg production, be interested in fertilizing the eggs. That's a whole different kind of basket, and nothing like what we would have here in Cranston. The need for a single rooster with people who have an abundant property is for self-sustaining, production, which is separate and apart from the type of poultry farm that you're speaking of. So that they're two different things. But I appreciate you taking the time to look into that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other discussion on this? Councilmember Rinzuli.
I'd just like to ask an attorney, is there any way that this can go forward tonight as written, or to be amended, the enforcement mechanism simply enough that it would not be considered substantial enough to have to go back to the Ordinance Committee?
As it sits, it can go forward and it can be amended as to a fine schedule, but it cannot be repealed.
It could be
Do you understand what
amended
that
with
means?
a fine
You
schedule?
can augment this and add to it, but you cannot repeal its intent in the same session.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jermaine.
Thank you, Council. When I proposed the first amendment, I said I had a second amendment. It was about the enforcement, but I didn't have a chance to talk about it. So that's, I don't know. It's just to give the building officer some leeways. For example, if you have a first violation, you have a citation, a second violation, you pay a fee. And that's in the book, and they know exactly what to do. That's what I would like to have to see if we want it. So we have an enforcement problem here in many other ordinances. So we have a chance to do this and give the officers, ways to do their job. So without giving them, some ways, it doesn't mean anything.
Okay. Do you want to propose an amendment? Or do you want to see how the discussion continues?
I would like to propose.
Okay.
Yes. So I would like to add the building officer would find with
Councilmember, can you put it in a form of a motion and just state the
Oh.
line where you want to put it in the ordinance?
at a first violation, the building officer will require to give a citation, and at the second violation, a fine of $100.
And that's your motion?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a second? We have a second for discussion. Under discussion? Councilmember, can you repeat your motion one more time, please?
Violation, the building officer give a citation, okay? And a second violation, the owner will pay a fine of $100.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, Councilwoman Jermaine, think, just to be clear, so your intent would be, rather than citation for a first offense, it would be more of a warning. So maybe we should use the word, will be issued a warning for the first offense, and then for a second offense, the $100 fine. I think that's what you wanted to do.
That's much better. Yes.
Okay, so that's the motion, and we have a second on the table. Under discussion, Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you. To be honest, what I was going to recommend is if we took 5 minutes to get the attorneys together to figure out what exactly we can do and maybe how they would craft an amendment to that intent, rather than us doing this on the fly on the floor right now. Maybe we could be more efficient and have
I
the
mean, my
attorneys.
suggestion was going to be, if we didn't to have the amendment, if the will of the council, which it seems like it is to pass this tonight, to pass it, then have the sponsor, Councilman Campo Piano, work with somebody or legal to draft a table of fines. That might be what Councilwoman Jermaine proposed, but send that to committee for next month. But at least we could pass this. No law is perfect, I mean, we literally revisit stuff all the time, but that's my suggestion.
Yeah, I conferred with Council President, with Attorney Angel. We can't do this in 5 minutes, in all fairness. This needs to be thought out. So if you do want to pass it, as Council President said, it can go back to committee and we can amend it. We'll put in a fine schedule. I'll confer with Attorney Angel and we'll do it right instead of hurrying at 9 o'clock at night, trying to get it done.
Yeah, because we can always amend that, whatever is introduced, we can always amend that fine schedule in committee next month and then send it back here to discuss that. So we're on discussion on the amendment still. So you have to vote on that unless it's withdrawn. Council Member Renzulli.
I just want to throw out there that if we're going back to taking this route, Councilwoman Marino and I worked on an ordinance that I believe, off the top of my head, had a fine schedule already, if she can confirm that. And if we need to go back to that, it's already done in committee. We could do that. If we pass this, I remember her writing it. So that is perhaps an idea, but it seems like we're going back, or she had it for maybe part of the chicken portion of the ordinance.
Yeah, it was a completely different ordinance, so it doesn't pertain, here. So, no.
Okay, so Councilwoman Jermaine, do you want to move forward with your amendment that you made? And we can vote on it, or would you like to withdraw it and then we can put a fee schedule together? The attorneys can speak for next month.
I want to say, I don't want to stall this. And as I mentioned at the last meeting, we want to do it well. And enforcement is important for me. So that's why I would like to see if we want to, I don't know the way the council can do it, if we can vote on it and then come back to it, but we can propose the fine, the portion of enforcement, because it's vague. It doesn't give the officer any tools to do anything.
Yeah, it's certainly valid, and we just heard from the attorneys that we can pass the way it is tonight and then do the fine schedule next month in committee, if that's the will of the council.
Okay, I have no problem with that.
Councilwoman Vargas?
Yeah, I mean, if I could, I would recommend, personally, I would recommend maybe withdrawing it, given the fact the legal counsel members are going to reconvene and come up with some sort of a schedule, because then we're going to vote on the amendment that you have proposed, Councilman Jermaine, to not only then come back again, or refer it possibly maybe to committee, and then get another suggested language on the actual enforcements, whether it's the warning or the $100. That's just my recommendation, but again, take it as you will, just because now you're submitting a dollar amount now for enforcement, and then another one that the legal counsels are doing, and then coming back again. But I'll defer to you, as it was definitely your amendment.
Council member, what's your pleasure?
I withdraw my amendment.
Thank you. All right, our amendment is withdrawn. We're back on the ordinance. I think we've discussed it enough. I'll just say I'm in favor of this ordinance. I hope it passes this evening. I look forward to revisiting fine or penalty schedule next month, whatever form that is, and we can certainly amend and change that in committee as well. So I'll be in favor of that this evening. We've talked about roosters enough. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion ordinance passes 8-0. Thank you to all the rooster advocates that are here. Councilwoman Renzulli, there's one more item for you on the ordinance agenda.
Ordinance 5-22-2, ordinance and amendment of Title 10, Chapter 12 of the Code of the City of Cranston, 2005, entitled Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Traffic Regulations for Specific Streets, Milton Avenue. This is sponsored by Councilwoman Vargas. This passed in committee, so I'll urge passage tonight.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for 5-22-2.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
And we have a second under discussion. Councilwoman Vargas.
Pretty straightforward as it is. That's all I'm asking for.
All right. Any discussion other than that? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion passes. That concludes the ordinance committee. Thank you, Vice Chair Renzulli. Moving on to public comment for undocketed items. Does anyone here from the public that would like to speak on an undocketed item? Come up to the podium now. Name and address to the record. Nick, Director Lima, 4 minutes or less.
Thanks, Council President.
I'll
members
be
of the
timing
council.
you.
I will be very brief. As you all know, a candidate declaration filing period began today on the Canvassing Authority office and statewide. It's the official start of the election season and for the benefit of the council as well as for the residents watching the meeting. I just want to make everyone aware that this year, there's a new technology that allows the candidate declarations processed by our office to be seen in real time on the Secretary of State's website. So if you go to vote.ri.gov, there's a link right there to view candidate filings. And as we enter them, and we enter them within a minute or two of a candidate walking in the door, that is posted up on the Secretary of State's website for the media, or the public, or anyone that wants to see it, and just again, so the public and the council is aware, the nomination period, which begins next week, July 6th, the same rules will apply. So the signatures for candidates will also appear on the website in real time as we validate them. In the past, it was updated overnight. And so this is sort of a new feature, and hopefully we'll reduce a couple of the phone calls our office would typically get around this period of time. That said, if anyone has any questions about the election, I encourage any resident to call our office at 401-780-3121. And we'd be happy to guide the voters through what will be, I'm sure, another successful election year in the city.
Director Liam, I'm disappointed you didn't give out your cell phone number. Thank you. Any other public comment in chambers for undocketed matters? Seeing none, I will close public comment in chambers. Online, is there anyone for undocketed items? Please raise your hand.
Claire Stat-Moller.
Claire, welcome. Name and address for the record, and time limit is 4 minutes.
Yes, good evening. Claire Stottmuller, 9637 7 Mile Road in Cranston. You are all clearly and admirably advocates for public safety. So I'm just bringing your awareness to an email I sent this afternoon to council members, the mayor and budget director DeMayo about it's a video I sent that you can hopefully watch. June 16 was World EHS Day. And this video shows a matter of great public safety harm, but because it can't be seen or smelled or tasted or heard like roosters, people aren't aware of it. So this movie shows a a young girl was vomiting in her bed, couldn't go to school. People were refugees from their homes because of EHS. World EHS Day is electrosensitivity, sensitivity to the microwave radiation, which we all will be because it's an assault. And at what point does a body say that all these xenobiotic frequencies, that we've reached our limit to those? These people just happen to be canaries in the coal mine. So I do thank you for your attention to public safety in all of the different areas. And this is just an additional one that is a clear and present danger that we must take into consideration these days. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Any other public comment on Zoom? Mr. Lima. Nick?
I see no public comment.
Okay, I will close public comment for undocketed items on Zoom as well. Thank you all who testified this evening under both sections of public comment. Moving on to election and/or appointment of city officials, we have the Public Library Board of Trustees. First, we have the reappointment of Regina Spirito for a term ending July 30th, 2025. And just a little information, these are current members of the board that come recommended for reappointment both from Director Garsha and from the Chair of the Public Library Board of Trustees. So I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on Regina Spirito? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry.
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Next, we have the reappointment of Diane Schaefer for a term ending July 30th, 2025. And I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry.
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Okay, motion passes. Moving on to report of city officers. I see nothing here listed on the document. We already passed that. We're on to legal fees report, executive communications. Any questions from council members on the legal fees report? Councilmember Renzulli?
Hi, thank you. To a solicitor, I'm just curious how this total did with what they were budgeted for.
Can you state your question one more time, Councilwoman?
I can't pull up last year's, the current budget. I'm just wondering if this total, I think it was 337,000. Can't find my tab right now. How that did with what they were budgeted for, total spending in the legal department for this.
And I guess the question, Councilwoman, might be, is there any outstanding bills that might not be in there as well?
Yes.
Is there? Can someone answer that? Maybe. Just give them a minute. Mr. Igo, the floor is yours.
For the current fiscal year FY '22, it was $425,000 budgeted for that account. And we've expended 390,000. So there's a remaining balance to date of 34,387. And as Council President said, there's still probably some bills still outstanding.
Does the solicitor know how many? If they're going to be covered? I'm just curious.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have that information available as Councilwoman.
When that becomes available, will that come to us? In one of the
Yes, it'll
monthly-
be in part of the monthly reports that is sent out.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marino.
Thank you. On the agenda, what we received are two legal fees reports. One, they both begin July 1st, 2021, and one ends May 23, 22, the other one June 21, 22. is the second report, the one that ends in June, does that fully encompass the earlier report? Was that just an error as to why they're both there? That's, I just want to know.
I believe you're correct, Councilwoman. Seems like maybe they didn't distribute the report last month, so now you have last month's plus this month's. And it would be all encompassing. The second one would include all the information from the first one, plus whatever that came in June.
The other question I had, is there a particular reason as to why some of these, when we received the legal bills, also include legal expenses from attorneys that are already under the employment of the city, and why they're doing both?
Councilwoman, I think that Solicitor Malay had answered that a few months back, because some of the attorneys are working on what we term special projects or special cases. I'm handling some myself that go above and beyond the monthly stipend that we receive. Most of those cases involve appeals to superior court litigation most of the time. Rather than farm those out to, some of the bigger firms who would charge us considerably more, we keep them in-house, but they involve a considerable amount of work, not to mention expense, out-of-pocket expense for the attorneys that are handling those. So that's the best way I can answer that. I don't have specific knowledge as to what the various attorneys are handling apart from myself, but I think Solicitor Malay a few months back had given the council that information, and he's not here now, so I can't answer beyond that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Attorney Verdecchia. You're not the main solicitor. And I know you do appear before us, and serve the council. So I understand a special project, but there are some attorneys on employment with the city that don't appear before us that are also getting paid for services on the legal expense bill, which just raises some questions. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you, council member. Council Vice President Ferry.
I guess I would want to direct this question to Mr. Igo. I don't know about anybody else in the council, but I think that this report is like somewhat confusing when I get it. It's not easy to understand. And it looks to me that the only time something goes on here is when a bill has been paid, correct?
That report, Councilman, comes out of the legal department. I have nothing to do with it.
Okay, so this comes out of the legal department.
Correct.
All right. What I'm asking is, we don't know if, just for instance, the first page, Adler, Pollock, and Sheehan, I'm just pulling that out as an example, not pinpointing anyone. If they have a bill right now that's outstanding for $12,862.56, we don't know that that exists right now because it's not on this report, correct?
I believe.
Okay, well, I'd like to make a point that I think the council, and I think everybody here would agree with me, that we'd like to see this be more understandable, more current, and easier to read, because I just don't think that what we get, we look at it, it's 15 pages long. I look at it every month and I go, what am I looking at? So I'm asking, can we see an actual bill, invoices paid, what they were paid for, when they were paid? I mean, is that something that I'm asking for that's unreasonable? I think that, we get this number in front of us, $360,000, and we really don't know what it went to. So I'm just bringing that up. This is how I feel. I think we need to start a discussion on it maybe with the administration, maybe with the financial director once he gets hired. But we need to see something that's easier for us to understand and more comprehensive, have more detailed information in it, especially if there's outstanding bills. So I'm not directing this directly at you. I'm just making a point.
I understand. And, you know, to be fair, like, we don't know either, you know, we don't know how many billable hours a firm has or hasn't billed for. Lawyers are notorious for not sending in their bills or sending them in late. So we're just like you, waiting to see what comes in. We don't have a grasp on what they're going to bill us, but we can definitely have a report that shows how much we've actually spent. You know, that's what we have. That's the information available to us as well. We don't have what they're going to bill us, but we do obviously have what we've paid.
But do you know what's outstanding?
No,
So I'm asking maybe the administration at this time, what do we need to do to get this information in front of us every month that we understand and we know what the real number is every month for billing?
As to what's outstanding, I've been in private industry for my entire career. We never knew until we get the bill. We have a sense as to what what they're working on, but the exact hours, we don't monitor them by the day or by the week. We'll do it, pretty much you're going to get monthly bills. So it's going to be quite a task to stay on top of all the attorneys to what they're doing daily. I think it's pretty much that's quite a task. Now, in terms of if you're not happy with the report, I suggest the council, to make you satisfied, come up with a format that you would like to see the information in. We'll be happy to provide that. Otherwise, we're going to take a guess. You might like it this way. So perhaps you want to come up with the format, and the administration be happy to comply.
I was going to make a suggestion that maybe add this as an item to the Finance Committee, and then obviously Vice President Ferry, your chair of that, and it's definitely something that we can find the right format. It's always been this format, by the way, just for at least the 8 years I've been up here. It's been the same way, but certainly anything and everything can be improved. Didn't mean to cut you off there. Just wanted to add that information.
You didn't cut me off, but I'm just wondering, you know, if anyone else agrees with me and if we would like to see this improve to the point where we know what's outstanding and what the actual amount really is. So then we need to start the discussion, and I will add that to the finance agenda so we can get on track to understand we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars and we're really not understanding where they're going.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councilmember Marino next, then go across, and then go back and forth. Councilmember Marino.
Yeah, thank you. To the administration, to Councilman Ferry's point, it's actually simpler than the administration may realize. Being a longstanding practicing attorney for well over 20 years in the state of Rhode Island, billing for attorneys, the standard is you get a piece of mail, it's a 0.1. You provide detailed invoices. That's the industry standard. And it's not just when I say that, I want to make it clear, it's not because I do that. It's because I receive those bills when we use arbitrators, mediators, other things that come up. That is the industry standard. And I know for a fact that some of the firms on this list utilize that as well. So it's not having to, the point being, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just have to see the actual invoices that the city receives. And if the city is not receiving itemized bills, then that's problematic. And asking those firms for the premium pay that we are paying them for their services, asking them to do that is not anything exceptional or extraordinary. Again, it's just the simple industry standard.
I was merely responding to the outstanding invoices that the city has not received. If you want to see the invoices, we'll just give you a packet of invoices. That's fine too, if you prefer that. We're perfectly amiable to helping you out. But I don't know what perhaps one of our labor attorneys did today or yesterday or this past week. I don't have that information. It'd be quite a management task to stay on top of that with our outside attorneys. It wouldn't be as simple, I think, as perhaps you're thinking it would be in terms of resources. We probably would be about a month behind. I don't think that they're much more beyond that. But if you're aware of a system, perhaps that there is, that they can give us invoices daily or weekly, we'll look into it.
Yeah, to that point, I mean, we have in the past received bills that have been well late by several months. That's not, the industry standard. I mean, they should be able to produce bills at least monthly.
I agree.
Yep. So that'd be great. Thanks. Yep.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember.
I wanted to make one last thing. I know you inherited this, so it's not something that, I'm just looking to maybe we finally need to make an improvement on it. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank
Councilmember
you.
Renzulli, your hand was up next.
Yes, to Council Vice President Ferry's point and adding this to the finance agenda, I'm just not sure if there's a way to request that someone from the legal department who's, maybe the head solicitor be at that meeting, because I don't know how people get informed which meetings they should be at, because if, say, Solicitor Videcchia is there and it's not his job to answer that question, then we're going to keep going forward, not getting the answers to the question. And I imagine that will increase frustrations. And so I would just ask that somebody figure that out ahead of time.
Thank you. Councilmember Vargas.
Yes, I just had a quick question for the administration. When an invoice comes in, then who is signing off actual invoice, whether it's to Director Moretti or to Mike Igo? Like, how do we know if we get a invoice from, I'm just gonna use, I don't know, Adel, Pollock and Sheen, I guess, just because it's the first one up on here that I have. So if they do say this is from reviewing and responding to an email, a conference with the client, or whatever the case may be, that we are actually.
All the invoices, all the outside legal invoices go through either the solicitor or the assistant solicitor. They sign off on every bill before I authorize it to be paid.
So they get it, they send you an
They
email.
review it, they sign off on it and send
and
it to
say
my
to-
office.
To be processed and
Processed.
paid.
Yes,
And then you're obviously relying on the legal department to
Yes.
confirm that that's
Correct.
accurate. All right, all right. Would it be a problem on your end whatsoever for these legal bills or invoices to be sent to you monthly versus quarterly, every 2 months? I'm just curious.
it wouldn't matter to me, no, or my office. I mean, it's just more the firm's practice than the city's policy. It's
So-
strictly based on when the attorneys send us the invoices. It's not our request that they send them quarterly.
The other question that I had on here, and I'm not sure, Director, if it would be for you or again to our legal counsels or so. I'm assuming that when we have a note on here that says what the legal matter is, I'm sure there's going to be times we can't actually go into in-depth detail as to what it is on here. Is this something that we would have to take every time we have a question on a legal matter in terms of into executive session? Or is there a quick summary that we are able to add to this, just a brief thing? Or if we have a question on this, can I email? Am I even able to get a response as to what that is via email? I'm just trying to get a sense so that way I don't go through each and every line item on here in an email, or should I just call for an executive session? I guess is my question, because I mean, we have a bunch of legal matters on here, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know what they all are about. I mean, there's APRAs and whatnot. So I'm just-
Yeah, I agree with you that it'd probably have to go through executive session to discuss each one of the matters, because even the invoices, when they send them in sometimes, don't give us specific details of what each item is. But again, they're all being signed off by either the solicitor or the assistant solicitor.
If I may, Mr. President, there are a number of issues here that with due respect should be discussed in committee. And part of what I've heard here tonight is conflating different concepts and requirements. The rules of professional conduct that all attorneys in the state of Rhode Island ascribe to and are required to follow set forth some basic tenets of the attorney-client relationship. You're supposed to have a letter of engagement or a fee agreement. In that fee agreement, the attorney and the client can specify the billing interval, whether it's 30 days, 60 days, you can depart from that. You get an invoice. An invoice tells you how much you pay and what time interval it may cover, and what costs in that interval may be involved. It doesn't provide you with any specificity as to the delivery of services themselves. That's in the time specification. Time specifications being provided to public bodies is problematic because within those time specifications may be an identification of issues that to expose that in a public forum would essentially be an abrogation of the attorney-client privilege because there's information in there that should not be made public. That would need to be discussed in executive session. They're really, and that's why I say we should discuss this in committee, and there may be parts of this that then need to be discussed in executive session so that the council as a whole, through its committee, can develop some sort of a framework for a report that it wants to see. And then if there are items, for example, that the council wants to get into in greater detail that would require a discussion of a time specification, that should not be done in public, period. And in addition to that, it's clear to me as a practicing lawyer, in having served as a general counsel and reviewed literally thousands of bills from outside counsel, you don't expose time specifications in a public forum and outside of the attorney-client relationship. You just don't. And that's why you see some generic nomenclature as to labor issues, because that labor issue may in fact only be known to the parties, and it may be private. It may be subject to some other legal restriction for it being made public. To the extent that there's a matter in court, for example, say Superior Court, well, it's obvious that that particular matter name is in the public domain. So, you know, there is no breach of the privilege at that point. But there is absolutely no requirement that a time specification be brought to a public forum like this. And certainly, I think Mr. Videcchia and I would jump out of our chair to protect the city from exposing you know, that type of information from the public view. That's not to say that the council doesn't deserve to know what's going on what periodic basis attorneys are billing, on what periodic basis they're being paid, what is the life expectancy, if you will, of the particular matter involved in that. From Mr. Igo's perspective, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Igo, and I apologize for not going through the chair, Mr. President. But from Mr. Igo's perspective, he may know of an attorney who is a vendor. All the attorneys that work for the city are vendors. None of us are employees. Okay, we're all vendors. We're all 1099s unless I'm mistaken.
That's correct, sir.
You know, with that said, I'm sure in their ledger system, they have identified the vendors by number or name, so they know who the vendors are. They know whether the vendors, all vendors are required to send in an invoice to get paid, whether you get paid a stipend or whether you're paid by some other arrangement, you get paid based on an invoice because GAAP requires it.
Correct as well.
So, you know, from his point of view, he sees an invoice, I beg your pardon, Mr. Igo sees an invoice. He directs that the invoice be paid and he accounts for it properly. He doesn't see a time specification because again, Mr. Igo is not a lawyer. He's not part of the legal department. He's not part of the executive that would trigger the relationship, the attorney-client relationship. He's not involved in that, unless of course it may involve one of his employees or himself or something of that nature. So his window into this issue is really very limited. To the extent that he sees an invoice, he pays on the invoice. He knows there's a budget line item that speaks to legal fees, and he debits that line item. And to the extent that there are unexpended funds, he reports that. To the extent that there are bills that accrue that go above that line item, he's going to report that also. You know, so again, he could probably tell you who the vendor is, and he could probably tell you how much that vendor is paid in the year 2021. But beyond that, I'm not sure what other information you might have to share unless I've missed something.
No, basically that's correct. I mean, we do have the actual invoice, but as you stated, a lot of these invoices are very broad in nature. They don't really get into the details because once they come to my office, they become public documents. So anyone could see them at that point in time. And as Mr. Angel said, that could jeopardize either a private relationship between the city and the attorney or the city and its employees.
So again, perhaps, Mr. President, my suggestion is that there be a bit of an edification process in committee so the council understands what pieces of information are out there, where they come from, what won't be exposed, what goes to Mr. Igo, what attorneys may or may not be under contract for outside work, whether it be a solicitor who's on stipend, who's paid separately for another case. I mean, those are the kinds of questions that I've heard here tonight, but that's not going to get solved here tonight with due respect, Mr. President. So, you know, it's a committee matter. And I would suggest respectfully that it go before committee to tee that up and get the information that you want to shape up a report that would be, you know, a bit more to the liking of the majority of the council.
Yeah, thank you, Attorney Angel. And, you know, I mentioned that the report that we get now has been the same. And, you know, Council President Lanny had that report put together and that's what he was satisfied with back then. It's kind of just been that way since. Hasn't changed and that's what we've always had to look at. So it's a historical report, I guess, because the Council President Lanny doing it. So
I just want to be clear if,
yes, go ahead.
President, I'm not, why I was asking, I'm not asking to deliver or provide us right now, at least not for myself, what matter is particularly about. My question was obviously, you know, do we have to go into executive session to get to discuss what each matter is about, what each representation or legal matter we're paying off. And obviously, I think that each and every one of us, certainly to the solicitor's point, is we can definitely ask at the executive session, discuss then. My concern is just making sure that as we're voting or as this is coming before us, I should say, that we know that in fact, and can trust the administration to know that those invoices that are coming in are accurate information and it's being paid because it is being paid out of taxpayers' money. And so, again, I just want to make sure that I understand that, you know, that I do understand that while it could be a client attorney privilege, I think it's still our due diligence to ask, and I'm sure it's a fair point, and we can definitely ask about the process and further at a committee meeting. I do agree with the city solicitor and ask for additional questions on legal matters pertaining to this invoice at executive session. So thank you for that information.
Thank you very much. Any other questions on this before we move on to the next item? Councilmember Jermaine.
Thank you. One question, is it based on this discussion, is it possible we can have, for example, a list of litigation that we as the city we are in, and just share that with us? We know, even it's not public, but we know if we have 5, 10 actual litigations, so we know that's gonna be a bill for each of them coming in, so we're not surprised.
I'll defer to legal counsel for the answer.
To the extent that there are matters pending in court and in the public domain, you know, a case caption and you know, a summary, if you will, that comes from the complaint itself, which is a public document, is certainly something I don't think the administration would have a problem publishing because it's in the public domain, but it would prevent all of you from going to the state judicial website and spending your time to put in the search term City of Cranston and see any number of things pop up and having to do that from court to court to court. Not that the council would necessarily want to see, you know, some ministerial matters that get, you know, appealed to district court. But you want to see what's in federal district court. You want to see what's in superior court. Of course, you should raise your eyebrows if we see something in family court. But, you know, just to add a little bit of levity to it. But there are other matters that if there is a list developed, that's a list that should only be discussed in executive session where they are not public matters, where you may have a contractual matter with an employee, or you have a disciplinary matter with an employee, which attorneys can be involved in. So if it's not a matter in the public domain, those names, that action, that process would not be disclosed outside of executive session. and I'm sure that the administration, and rightfully so, would sanitize a summary that would come to you to the extent that they don't wish to expose strategy and other matters relating to an ongoing process of some kind, whether it be administrative, internal disciplinary, or in anticipation of, prospective litigation. So, but certainly those general questions, I'd be surprised if they didn't answer them in executive session. And I think, I don't want to get into what goes on in an executive session, but I haven't seen anything in an executive session that raises my eyebrows as to disclosure. They've answered your questions to the extent that the questions have been asked.
Thank you, Solicitor.
No other questions? I'm going to move on the docket. Seem to be good. All right, thank you. Moving on to Council President Communications. Just want to take a minute to wish everybody in the city a really happy 4th of July. 4th of July is coming up, and hope you all have a great 4th. Got my red, white, and blue shirt on today. It's not the only reason. I think it's a very patriotic time of year because it's Declaration of Candidacy. We heard from Director Lima earlier. The Declaration of Candidacy runs through Wednesday at 4 o'clock. And if you want to run for office, now's the time to come in, put your name on the ballot. And, so I know personally, I have the most respect and admiration for everybody that puts their name on the ballot. And it's my favorite time of the year. And very patriotic time of the year, and happy 4th. What else do I want to say? Little housekeeping. I know everybody here knows this, but no campaigning behind the rail, trying to keep the campaign speeches and the stickers and everything else out of council chambers. We'll stick to the business at hand. So, and the attorney might say something too, but
A campaign paraphernalia should not be one on the floor of the council. Just to remind you, it's a violation of state election law. There should be no electioneering in this room as the council, with respect to you conducting yourself as a council person. You're left to your own devices as to what electioneering is, how to run a campaign, but that would be a violation of state election law.
I knew he was going to jump in and say something. All right, moving on to council member communications. We have quite a few here, so we'll try to go through them. First one up is opioid litigation settlement. Council member Donegan, I will turn that over to you. Try to stick to your 4 minutes. Just kidding, kind of. Thank you. Is it the AC break? Just real quick. Is it warm in here? I feel like the AC stopped working. Oh, it might be. I'm going to check it while you talk. Councilmember Donegan, floor is yours.
It's because you always come in so spiffy with the sport coat too, showing some of us up. Some of the questions that I was going to ask related to opioid litigation were answered via email, but just for the public record, Mr. Igo, the city is receiving what, I think about $400,000.
Yes, that's correct, Councilman. We previously received 449,556. I had sent a document earlier today to the city clerk showing the receipt of those funds in the beginning of June.
Can you just quickly explain, so that money is now in a separate account?
Correct.
How does expenditure or authorization of expenditures out of that account, does that go through the same budget process as we would have, or a supplemental budget?
It's basically left to the devise of the police and fire departments. That's who has charge of this money. And I also sent a copy today of what the funds can be used for. It's a quite extensive list. It's basically prevention or helping people that have the opioid issue. So we'd have to make sure that whatever we spend the money on is in compliance with what the regulations of the agreement were.
So does the city council have, is that part of I apologize if I'm just not, lacking understanding of the settlement. Was that part of the terms of the settlement how is it that the city council doesn't have any sort of say over authorization? of how
This
the-
settlement would be included as a special revenue. It's not part of the operations of the city. So it goes into a separate fund. It's its own separate bank account. And through that, it is under the control of the police and fire departments.
Are there any other funds in a similar circumstance, in a similar fund where the city council might not have seen that?
Basically, the ARPA money is the same way, we have it in a separate fund. I know there was an ordinance passed that any monies that are spent from the ARPA funds need to be approved first by the city council. But other than that, no.
Okay, and thank you. In terms of making sure that that the respective departments spend them in a manner that is consistent with the allowed uses, who will provide oversight of that?
Again, it would probably be left to the devise of the police chief and the fire chief, as they're the most knowledgeable and familiar with the circumstances of how it's to be used.
Thank you. And I guess I would just ask that going forward, money that is spent out of that account, if we could just maybe get a monthly, or if monthly is too much, at least a quarterly kind of update on how that money is being spent at the finance committee.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councilmember. I see Budget Analyst DeMayo's hand up.
Yeah, through the council president, Director Igo, there was two deposits in the packet you gave. One was for 61,206, which was February 22nd. And then the subsequent one you mentioned, the 449. So it was the total about 510,000 that was received.
That's correct. But if you look at the document, though, that we were provided, it's only showing the 449. I'm not sure where, that first deposit of 60-some thousand dollars came in last February. And I don't know if that is something that we're going to be billed for legal fees or some other expense that's related to this project that we'll have to repay. We didn't get any specific documentation on what that 60,000 represented, but the amount that we recently received in June, the beginning of June, ties out directly to the settlement agreement documentation that we had received.
So currently in the account, there's roughly 510.
Correct,
but
yes.
We don't know if the 61's encumbered by any fees.
That's correct.
Should a question be asked just to make sure we don't utilize that money and then find out that we have to send it back?
Honestly, I don't know who I'd ask, I'm not even certain where or how this all came about. After I saw the council docket, I went and researched it myself to find out for tonight's meeting what the settlement was about and what we could spend the funds on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeMayo and Mr. Igo. Councilmember Donegan, does that conclude your council member communications? Just a point of information, the AC was set to kick on at 78. So I put it on. It was pretty warm in here. Moving on to Councilman Marino, you have.
Sorry, I just had a quick question on the LPO.
Okay.
And so these funds that would be coming in, are they into, I am assuming they're in an interest-bearing account as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as, how do we spend it? Or I guess to your question, wouldn't our legal counsels know any of that at all? Would you be able to refer to legal?
Sorry?
Would you be able to refer to legal as far as who you should contact in terms of the opioid?
Yes, yeah. I could talk to Solicitor Ross, and I'm sure he has, him and Solicitor Malay, who signed off on the agreement.
But there's no guideline at all as far as we have to spend it by a certain time or anything along those lines, right?
No, there's no, it's not like the opera funds where we have to have it spent by 2026.
And any of those spendings that if you guys do decide to use it on the administration on X, Y, and Z, it should be coming before the council as well for approval?
I'm sorry?
Would it come, it would come before the council for approval, right? And
For
any of
what?
tho- If any of those funds are to be used?
For the settlement? I believe it's in the charge of the police chief and the fire chief. Because it's a settlement outside of the general fund operations. We have a bunch of special revenue funds that is set up for specific purposes that don't come before the council for approval.
Kind of like, what, drug seizure money?
Kind of like the forfeiture money. We're going to, I discussed this with Solicitor Ross, and we're going to contact Attorney Mancuso, who was the represented us to see, we'll get all the details in terms of whether there are any restrictions, requirements, things like that. So once we speak with her, we'll gladly report back to the council.
Can you put that on the finance committee agenda if you have an answer by then?
Yeah, and it's possible that that may require executive session because I just don't know what the terms are, and it may be something that we don't want to publicly disclose.
Okay.
What specifically do I need to put on the finance committee?
Opioid settlement proceeds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this? Seeing none, we will move on to Councilwoman Marino's council member communications. I think the first one might have got covered a little bit. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Yep, the first agenda item was already well covered. And I'm in agreement with the suggestion to put it on the Finance Committee. Perhaps have an executive session on it to get more details. That's what I was going to suggest based on the discussion. So I'd be happy with that. The second issue on the agenda is a discussion and information regarding the contract in terms of the sale of the Cranston Dome Ice Rink, also known as the Bubble, and any other city property, and the use of proceeds from that sale. So I understand it recently came to my attention that the Dome Ice Rink was sold by the city to a hockey foundation in, looks like upstate New York. And that sale took place on or around between late April, at least I think the check was dated late April or early May 6, 2022. So just recent. If the administration can provide any details with respect to that sale.
Councilwoman, the bubble rink was put out to bid for sale in May of this year. It was the bids were due back on May 18th and opened on the June 7th meeting. There was one bidder, and they were successful in obtaining the bid. Their name was Platonic Hockey Foundation, a gentleman named Troy Albert. The bid went through Board of Contract and Purchasing, and he was awarded the bid. Sorry, just got a bunch of papers here. So they were awarded the bid, and there were two checks that we received. There was an initial down payment of 45,150. And then the final payment was made on April 26th for 406,350 for a total of 451,500.
And that sale involved, what exactly did they get in the sale?
So here's the terms and conditions. The dome rink itself, all doors and all hardware, including garage doors, and all hardware for doors. The second item was lighting, battery packs, exit lights, fire alarms, lights, including all hardware. The third item was a 200 by 85 boards and glass plus penalty box and player benches, all hardware included. The fourth item was a scoreboard with controls, all hardware included. The fifth item was power boards, including heat control and pressure gauge. The sixth item was all items pertaining to the refrigeration system, pipes, and compressor system, including all hardware. The seventh item was an air handler and all hardware. The eighth item was all of these items above our package deal, all or nothing. And the last condition of the sale was that the buyer was responsible for shipping the dome rink and the equipment.
So does that mean that they're going to be removing it from the property?
Yes, I believe they started last Friday.
You know, when the anticipated completion date is?
I'm not sure. I mean, it might be gone now. I haven't been by there yet, but I would think that they would have had it done by this weekend.
Is there any other city property that is, that has been sold this year?
Yeah,
of that
each year,
magnitude? Yep.
each year we go through a process where the fleet manager provides a list of items that are obsolete or no longer useful. And he gives those to the purchase. Just happened last month as well. And those items we call a scrap sale. And the proceeds from those items go into the general fund within a line in the purchasing department's budget for revenues.
Do you know offhand whether or not there was a city assessor that appraised the value of the dome rink before the sale, before it went up to bid?
No, I don't.
I believe that's a requirement in the charter, is it not?
I believe that's just for property. This is more of equipment because it is a portable piece of structure. It's not like a building or an unmovable object. It's not real estate. It's just a piece of equipment.
Understood. Just in terms of something of that size and value, I was curious as to whether or not they would have went through the effort, given, it's not, a small truck that we would be selling. It's a dome rink. So it would have been prudent, but.
I believe
that's okay.
the purchasing agent told me that we got more than we actually paid for it originally because of the appreciation and the cost, just like used cars have gone up so much over the last couple of years. He told me it was the same type of thing, that the value of this has gone up over the last couple of years because of the fact prices have gone up.
And the proceeds from that sale of the dome rink are going right back into the fund for the ice rink, given that we have the remaining ice rink. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. I don't have any other questions, unless my colleagues do.
Thank you. Any questions on this? Seeing none? Oh, Councilmember Renzulli.
Hi, this is just kind of bouncing off something Councilman Moreno just said. I'm just curious, Mr. Igo, do we use the site that Warwick uses to sell off things, govdeals.com, or do we just do it through the process you said?
It's just a bid process through the city, advertised in the local paper.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marino?
Sure. The next item is the Park Place Theater. We talked about this, I believe, at the Finance Committee meeting, the status of the production of the new owner's contract with the city and production of the policy of insurance. It is, of significant importance. So I just wanted to know if there was an update at all.
There is not a new contract. The existing contract that the park had with the city is from 2017. For the most, the contract was assigned to the new owners in terms of the parking lot. So there wouldn't be a new agreement, it would be a carryover agreement. As to the certificate of insurance where the city and the school departments named as additional insured, it was given to the city clerk and we have that.
In terms of the new owners, I understand, I saw the prior contract, I think, was it 2017, right? Okay. In terms of proof of the new owners, what entity and or persons are the new owners? Did the city receive anything along those lines?
The certificate of insurance has the Park Avenue Theater Realty as the insured LLC.
Okay, and my understanding is there are numerous businesses within the Park Place Theater that are utilizing the parking lot as well. Is that correct?
I don't know for sure, but it's with the realty company who owns the park. So are those individual businesses, entities available to the park? Yeah, I would think it falls underneath the Park Avenue Theater Realty. Yes.
I think it would, I know it would be beneficial if we had an executive session on this subject of the insurance because it goes beyond just the one company. And it's something I think we should discuss in more detail in executive session and with the solicitor present. So maybe we can put this down for the Finance Committee meeting.
Sure.
Thanks.
Member Marino, do you have any other updates?
Yep. The status and plans for the hiring the city's finance director position. Again, it's just more of like a placeholder. We discussed it at the Finance Committee meeting. I believe I saw there have been additional job postings on additional sources for this position. Is that correct?
Yes, it's posted on Indeed.com, the city's website, the League of Cities and Towns website, and then a continuation of networking to try to recruit.
I know it's a difficult position to fill, but have there been any applicants?
Zero.
Okay. The next update I have is the RIPTA beach bus for the summer 2022. The state bus, the RIPTA bus, will be having a beach bus that will stop by Cranston City Hall on the weekends. If people go to RIPTA's website, it will provide details as well. I believe it's beach bus is the Route 66 Express beach bus, which runs on the weekends. The fares, I believe, are $2 each way, so it'd be $4 round trip. It goes to, I believe, 3 beaches, Scarborough, and actually, I don't recall if it is Scarborough, Wheeler, and Salty Brine beaches. In addition, if there are residents are looking to go to the beach during the weekdays while the Route 66 Express beach bus does not stop by Cranston City Hall, RIPTA does have another bus that people can take. I believe it's a Route 69 bus. So if people could get the bus from, I think, Route 2 and Route 4, there are parking availability locations, and then they can take it to, I believe it's URI, and then take a bus to the beach. So it's not the Bud Long Pool, but it's something. Thanks.
Thank you. Council, we have one more bullet point.
Yep, possible amendments to the city's charter regarding approval of the city's operating budget. We've all said none of us were pleased with the past budget process. The current charter is such that if the council votes the budget down, that it reverts to the defaults basically to the mayor's budget. There's been some talk of possibly amending that so that perhaps it would revert to like a level funding, which is one of the more common charter provisions in other cities and towns. It's one or the other. The issue that we have is a couple. One is we're under the gun in terms of the timeline, in terms of getting this on the ballot. If maybe Director Lima wants to speak to that a little bit, just to give everybody a little education on that, that'd be great.
Director, 2 minutes.
I only need one. So the state deadline for submission of ballot questions in their final form, and that is final form, they cannot be edited or changed thereafter, is August 10th. To give us a little bit of wiggle room there in case something needs to be changed or edited. We have a Board of Canvassers meeting that is scheduled, not yet posted, but scheduled for July 28th. That's pretty strategic because the final council meeting is July 25th. Before that meeting, that would give our office approximately 48 hours to get that meeting posted in compliance with OMA. For example, if the council were to take final action on any questions by July 25th, and then transmit them to our office the next morning, I would have to post the meeting by 4 o'clock that day. So that's cutting it very close. That's why I've informed the council in the past that preferably by mid-July, we should receive questions that they can be fully vetted, reviewed by legal counsel, and then we can post that certification meeting with more than 48 hours notice. Usually I like to post board meetings with a week or two notice so the public can prepare and be aware for them.
Thank you. That concludes Councilmember Communications. Councilmember Marino.
Yes, the only thing I'd say is that given the time constraints, as much as I would love to pass a resolution or propose a resolution that I would hope would pass, but I'm not confident that it would, changing the city's charter so that the city's operating budget defaults to the prior fiscal year's budget, with exceptions carved out for debts due to bonds, et cetera, like some other cities and towns have. I just don't know that we'll be able to accomplish that goal given the timeline. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Council Vice President Ferry.
Thank you. Attorney Videcchia, are you prepared to address my council communications tonight? I noticed that Solicitor Malaya left the meeting about an hour ago.
Well, two comments. I did discuss it briefly with him. Beyond what Attorney Murray submitted to the council, I am not prepared at this point to delve further into that. And I would say that if we are going to delve further into that it should be done in executive session, because going deeper than what Attorney Murray has already laid out, I think is really getting into the nuts and bolts of the litigation. So that clearly should be an executive session, in my opinion.
Well, I would like to express my dissatisfaction of the fact that Solicitor Malaya is not here to answer the questions, even though it was on the agenda. So let's just make a little bit of a statement and maybe table this. For those of you that are listening or will listen to this in the future, when companies build solar facilities, they have to have customers to sell the energy
I'm
to.
going to interject. I'm sorry, Councilman Ferry. I thought you were going to table it. So if you're going to discuss this, I want to on the record state that I'm going to recuse myself from discussion. Even though it is just discussion, I spoke with the Ethics Commission, and that was what they recommended as well, since I am an appellant in pending litigation in addition to at least 15 other people with respect to a project that involves Revity Energy. So
Yeah.
thanks.
Thank you.
Vice Chairman Ferry, out of abundance of caution, though, I'd rather you not read your statement just because we heard from the attorneys about executive session. So I just don't, I mean, if you,
Nothing on that I'm going to say that has anything that cannot be discussed or nothing private.
I know, but
It's just, I wanted to just educate the people that were listening on what I was trying to accomplish here tonight.
I'm only saying my first duty is to protect the city. So I just want to make sure if you're confident, I mean, I'm not an attorney.
I'm confident that I'm not going to say anything that should be said in an executive session.
Okay.
When companies build solar facilities, they have to have customers to sell the energy to. This energy is usually sold at a discount through what is called a net metering contract. We were informed that there was, on November 5th, 2020, a signed agreement between the city of Cranston and Revity Energy for a net metering agreement. My question tonight was, what is the status of that agreement? And what are we going to do to make up the money that we're losing because we do not have that agreement in process right now? So I just think that this is too important of an issue and there's too much money at stake for us not to be listening to our solicitor right now. Explain to us why we are not in a contract with this company. Okay? So, you know, I'll say it again, and I will bring this matter up next month, and I would like an explanation as to why. And with all due respect, I know Mr. Murray came here to explain it to us. I was not looking for an explanation from Attorney Murray. I was looking for an explanation from our attorney so we can know why we're losing hundreds of thousands of dollars with a contract that we don't have, that we should have, and we should be getting that money from Revity Energy. So an explanation is due to this council. I'm going to make that on record right now, and I will bring this up again next month. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Okay, moving on to council business matters carried over. I see none. Introduction of new matters before the council. The matters in this section are referred for public hearings to the appropriate subcommittee of the council and are listed here for referral and a vote to a committee and for informational purposes. I'll entertain a motion to send the new business matters to the appropriate committee.
So moved.
Any discussion on the new business matters? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campo,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, moving on to miscellaneous business on the clerk's desk. There's a couple items under here that should go to committee. The first is the agreement by and between the State of Rhode Island Department of Transportation and the City of Cranston for the transfer of streetlight facilities. This is a transfer of, the state's picking up the tab on the streetlights for a state road, but I feel like we should get a Public Works Committee vote on that first. So I'll entertain a motion to send this to Public Works Committee.
So moved.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll to send the streetlight agreement to Public Works Committee.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Oh, we're voting on the state streetlight DOT agreement, sending that to Public Works to be vetted.
Councilman Campo,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. The next item on here is.
Point of order.
Yes.
Rose, would that be, do I need to send that into you? Is that automatically going to go onto that docket? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have a notice of project construction for RIDOT. This is informational purposes only regarding Route 10. So you can click on the link to view that. Next, we have Oakland Cemetery. This is a request dated on June 7th on behalf of RIPTA to conduct work near the Oakland Cemetery. But out of abundance of caution, I'd like to send this to Public Works to be heard as well. So I'll entertain a motion to send the Oakland Cemetery matter to Public Works.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campo.
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Next, we have an executive session pursuant to RIGL 4246-5A1 and A2, job performance and investigative proceedings. Sean Holly, Cranston Director of Providence, Cranston Workforce Development. We also are getting an update on collective bargaining pursuant to RIGL 42465A2. So I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session.
So
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campo,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, and I just have a point of information for Ron, our stenographer. Ron, you can leave. We're gonna finish with the recording and Rosalba will record the vote. Thank you for everything. We are now in executive session. But Ron, you can stay. All right, we're back from executive session. I'll entertain a motion to come out of executive session. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Rose, I see none opposed. We have no votes to report. No votes were taken in executive session. I'll entertain a motion to seal the minutes. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Rose, there are none opposed. At this time, I see no further business in front of the council. The council's next regular monthly meeting will be held July 25th, 2022. Happy 4th of July, everyone. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
We have a second. All in favor say aye. Are there any opposed? None opposed. Good night, everyone.